Review and adopt the journal. There's journals for June 6, 2021, June 15, 2021, June 22nd, 2021, June 24th, 2021, June 29th, 2021, July 6, 2021, July 14, 2021, September 14, 2021. 5 received reports. A, gaming distribution funds for chapter utilities presented by Pearl Yellowman, Director, Division of Community Development and others, with Honorable Rick Nez, Chairman, Resources and Development Committee. B, FY 22 budget update presented by Dominic Biel, Director, Office of Management and Budget. And then the first bullet is consultant report on Navajo Nation budget cycle. And then C, report on CARES Act expenditures allocated to the Office of the Controller presented by Janine Jones, Internal Auditor, Office of the Controller. 6 old business, none. 7 new business. A, legislation number 073-21. B, legislation number 0175-21C, legislation number 0194-21D, legislation number 0197-21C, legislation number 0179-21F, legislation number 0128-21G, legislation number 0190-21H, legislation number 0167-21I, legislation number 1074-21J, legislation number 0111-21, K, legislation number 0112-21. L is requesting attendance to a leadership meeting with RDC regarding the drought insurance. M is rescheduling the October 19, 2021 meeting. 8, close of the session, written announcements, adjournment. The next regular meeting is October 19, 2021. Chair.
Thank you for that reading. And with that, the Budget and Finance Committee, is there a motion to accept the agenda as read?
This is Delegate Brown.
Delegate Yellowhair.
National Delegate Nathaniel Brown, motion. Second by Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. With that, the agenda is now open for discussion. Are there any comments, questions on the proposed agenda?
Brown.
I have a comment. So this is Delegate Yellowhair, if I'm in the right order.
Delegate Yellowhair, you have the floor.
I'd like to request a consent agreement for the 5 legislations to be combined. Legislation number 0173-21, legislation number 175-21, legislation number 0194-21, legislation number 0197-21, legislation number 179-21. There's 5 altogether following legislation to be consent to suspend the flow rules. Chair.
Okay, so your motion is to do consent the legislations that you, is that right?
Oh.
Kushina, with that,
Chair Henio, this is Delegate Brown.
with that, before I recognize the second, amendment number 1, request for consent agenda. Peggy, would you read the legislations that Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair read as to be part of the consent agenda?
Come on, where's that?
Okay, 7A is legislation number 0173-21. An action relating to health, education, and human services, budget and finance, and Navajo committees approving and authorizing a contract between the Navajo Nation and the United States Department of the Interior under 25 USC section 5301 at SEEK PL 93-638 as amended for a 5-year term for the period beginning January 1, 2022 and ending December 31, 2026 for the Navajo Nation Higher Education Program, approving and authorizing the Navajo Nation Higher Education Program fiscal year 2022 annual funding agreement and scope of work, sponsored by Daniel E. So, Council Delegate. B, legislation number 0175-21, an action relating to resources and development, budget and finance, and the BGA committees approving and authorizing a contract between the Navajo Nation and the United States Department of the Interior under 25 USC Section 5301 at SEC. PL 93-638 as amended for a 5-year term for the period beginning January 1, 2022 and ending December 31, 2026 for the Division of Natural Resources Environmental Archaeological Service Non-Roads Program, approving and authorizing the fiscal year annual funding agreement and scope of work for the contract period, sponsored by Mark Freeland, Council Delegate. C, legislation number 0194-21, an action relating to resources and development, budget and finance, and the BGA committees, approving and authorizing a contract between the Navajo Nation and the United States Department of the Interior under 25 USC Section 5301 at SEC. PL 93-638 as amended for a 3-year term for the Housing Improvement Program, approving and authorizing the fiscal year annual funding agreement and scope of work for the period of the contract term, sponsored by Wilson C. Stewart and Mark A. Freeland, Council Delegates. D, legislation number 0197-21, an action relating to resources and development, budget and finance, and the BGA committees, approving and then authorizing a contract between the Navajo Nation and the United States Department of the Interior under 25 U.S. Code 5301 at SEC, PL 93-638 as amended for a 3-year term beginning January 1, 2022 and ending December 31, 2024 for the Safety of Dams Program, approving and authorizing the fiscal year annual funding agreement and scope of work for the period of the contract term, sponsored by Otto So, Council Delegate. E, legislation number 0179-21, an action relating to health, education, human services, budget and finance, and the BGA committees, approving and authorizing a contract between the Navajo Nation and the United States Department of the Interior under 25 USC Section 5301 at SEC. PL 93-638 as amended for a 3-year term for the Division of Human Resources Vital Records Program, approving and authorizing the fiscal year annual funding agreement and scope of work for the period of the contract term, sponsored by Edison J. Wanika, Council Delegate. I believe that's the 5 legislations that are going to be in the consent agreement. Is that correct?
I'll get Jimmy Yellow here. Are those the legislations that you wish to have on the consent?
Yes, sir, Chairman. Oh, thank you.
For amendment number 1, request for a consent agenda. Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Yeah, Chair, Budget and Finance Committee, Shananta. I'm not sure how the committee feels about this, but Shananta, Mr. Yellow here. The legislation number 0174-21, which is item I, ADG beats to the consent agenda with the other 5. If I can add that to the consent agenda.
Only Delegate Nathaniel Brown. I'll need a second first before we request for modifications.
I'll second.
With that, we do have a motion and the second on this consent agenda amendment number 1. Motion by Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, second by Delegate Nathaniel Brown. With that recognizing of the second, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair request to modify to add legislation 174-21 to the consent agenda.
Okay, to the Chairman, Honorable Henio, thank you to the Mr. Honorable Brown. Kuchiki, legislation number 0174-21, Nischi, Beina, Air is Life Act 2021, sponsored by Shatsu Daniel So. Arjuta, Ayubaya Tiote Yashin Sele. It's a normal process that 5 legislations pertain to PL 93638 809 88. So Kujiki Oyo naked or teens Kujiki Sele legislation 0174-21 I know about the other even in it's a Saturday and so and there's some amendment to request for others even in a still Honorable Brown once about us steadily to Chairman Henio.
Akashe Karen Delegate Jimmy Yellow here. So with that, we'll sponsor wishes to keep this legislation as it is on the agenda. Any further comments, questions on amendment number 1? Shananda, Budget and Finance Committee members.
Shananda, this is Vice Chair Smith. Chair Henio.
Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor.
Here, Tasandagi, Chair Henio, though, staff members, though, Bishmasan. Good morning, though, guest, Finigi, Tasanosagi. Consent agenda, deemed date legislation 017521, though 19421, though 19721. I'd like to remove those 3. Shananda, Kela.
So, Shananda, Vice Chair Smith, you're looking at 19421 and then 19721.
17521 BB, so he.
Oh, okay. Akushina. So, AD, you wish to have this questions and comments on that legislation? Okay. With this, so we do have our consent now with 17321 and 179-21. Those are 2 on the consent agenda as we speak right now, as Vice Chair Smith has questions on the 3 that we named off here. So if there's any further questions, comments, committee members?
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Crotty.
Shananda, Delegate Amber Bakrati, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chair. We did get an email from Delegate Carl Slater regarding legislation 168-21. If I'm in order, are we able to, I would need to know if that legislation is ready for BNF and if legislation 201-21 is ready for BNF. And if so, if I could ask the motioning party to amend or to add those 2 legislations as after legislation 01112-21, whatever the new letter is after that. Thank you, Chair.
Christina, yeah, not for that.
Chairman.
Peggy is,
Chairman.
are those 2, hold on. Peggy, are those 2 legislations ready for committee action here with Budget and Finance Committee?
Chair Henio, I did receive that request today, just today. So 0168-21 was available to the Budget and Finance Committee on August 31, 2021. So that one is ready. And then legislation 0201-21 was ready on today. It went live, or actually It's ready for the Budget and Finance Committee today, and that was sent to the 24th Council at 9:07 a.m. So those are ready.
Okay, now thank you for that, Peggy. For the record and for clarification, would you read 168-21 so Budget and Finance Committee members would have an understanding of what that legislation is?
Okay, so legislation 0168-21, an action relating to law and order health. Let me see first. Okay, I just had to make sure I was not muted. Okay, let me start again. Legislation number 0168-21, an action relating to law and order, health, education, and human services, budget and finance, and navigative committees, approving and authorizing the Navajo Department of Health, Division of Public Safety, and Division of Social Services to pursue entry into the Indian Health Service Self-Governance Program via or per Title V of the Indian Self-Determination and Education Assistance Act, 25 USC sections 5301 through 5423 PL 93-638 as amended, by conducting the required planning process and applying for funding resources available from the Indian Health Service, sponsored by Carl R. Slater, Council Delegate. And then legislation number 0201-21, an action relating to health, education, and human services, resources and development, law and order, budget and finance, navigative committees, and the Navajo Nation Council, approving the transfer of the Navajo Transit System from the Navajo Division of General Services to the Navajo Division of Transportation, amending the Navajo Transit System Plan of Operation and Organizational Chart, and amending 2 and NC Section 1252B8-9, sponsored by Carl L. Slater, Council Delegate, and also Paul Begay and Otto So, Council Delegates. Chair.
Okay, thank you for that, Peggy. With this, Delegate Jimmy Yell here is to hold a main motion on the amendment number 1, request to add legislation 168-21 and legislation 0201-21 to the agenda at the end of the new business lineup. Delegate Jimmy Yell here.
I certainly agree, and that's very legitimate too. Legislation to be added on. Obiga. Thank you, Chair.
Delegate Jimmy Yell here. Delegate Nathaniel Brown, you're holding the second. Do you concur?
This is Delegate Brown. I concur.
Kushina. So with that, we do have amendment number 1. First is the consent items on amendment number 1, which is legislation 173-21 and then 179-21. Those two will be a consent for consent agenda item consideration. And then after that, adding 2 legislations to the new business lineup, which would be legislation 168-21 and legislation 0201-21. But amendment number 1, you got this. So, committee members, any further questions, comments?
Question of privilege. This is Delegate Yellow here.
Delegate Jimmy here.
I would like to change my mind on a legislation number 0174-21 to be part of the consent add-on to these legislation. Chairman and Vice Chairman.
Oh, the 174 ARB dot so yeah, as a consent. Kushina. With that, we would have 3 on the consent agenda. Delegate Jimmy here.
Yeah.
There you go, Delegate Nathaniel Brown, you're holding the second.
Yes.
Kushina, with that, back to committee, Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments?
Chair Henios, Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor.
Okay, Chair Henio, 0174-21. I'd like to remove that off the consent. I should change only a hot seat. I don't know why he changed his mind. That you saw get the teams, but not be those. Oh, consent, over Kate. It just we pass it and then we wish that we had spoke on it and mentioned some things about it, but they never get to the Navajo Council. So I'd like to remove that as a consent item. And thank you.
Okay, share that, Vice Chair Smith. So that we're back to two items on the consent agenda, which is 173-21 and 179-21, and then the two additions to the new business lineup. Any further questions, comments, and Budget and Finance Committee members? Then I'll call for the question if there's no further comments.
Yeah, I have a question.
Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
I guess for clarification, the motion party delegate, Shinado, Mr. Yellowhair and Mr. Brown, they made a motion party. They agreed to add 174-21 and so that should down Delegate Smith to remove again. So there's no second on or the motion party other than that kid ask for that. This is a question that I have. That's my question.
Well, as you pass, as we have had practice before in Navajo and other in our committees here, that the consent lineup begin is good, only good if nobody objects. And so today, with the consent lineup that was first proposed by Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, the 5 items, there were 3 that Vice Chair Smith objected to, and so they were just automatically taken off. The 174, it was added on as a consent. Vice Chair Smith objected to it, so it's automatically taken off. That's how the consent items work. Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
So yeah, because we add 2 more to that, so I was agreeing to keep the 174 on the agenda, because it's going through all these the consent agenda. It's going through Navajo and then to the council. So on so that's why I was agreeing to keep 174 on the consent agenda too. Thank you.
Delegate Elmer P. Begay, but if there's any objections or a delegate wishes to ask questions or comments on the certain agenda that's on the consent, then it's automatically taken off and put on the regular agenda back on again. So with that, any further questions, comments, Budget and Finance Committee members? Then I'll call for the question for amendment number 1, 2 items on the consent agenda, and then adding 2 legislations to the new business lineup. With this, Ramona, if you would lead us in a roll call vote to accept amendment number 1.
Sure, Chairman. Roll call vote for the agenda. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I will agree.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth Block Carty, how do you vote?
Shadid Delegate Amber Keenan Carty, and I'll vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth Block Carty votes green. Chairman, we have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, and chairman not voting. Chairman?
Thank you. So amendment number 1 receives a due pass. With this, so we're back on the main motion. Any further questions, comments on the main motion? Any further questions, comments? Okay, with this, Vice Chair Smith, would you take the gavel for a little bit? I'd like to make a motion on the agenda.
Shenandoah, I have the gavel now. Committee members, we are on the main motion under the adopting agenda. Do we have any comments, questions on behalf of this? Shenandoah Donaldson.
Vice Chair Smith as Chair Henio.
Agushi, I'll recognize you, Chair Henio. You have the floor on the agenda adoption.
The Budget and Finance Committee members make a motion to defer item J, legislation 111-21, and K, legislation 112-21 to the next Budget and Finance Committee meeting because Mr. Marty Ashley retired from that position, and therefore I am still looking for an agent from the Navajo Nation Tax Office or the Commission to represent and defend this legislation for any questions or comments. But as of today, I have not received any information as far as who will be my agent, as Mr. Marty Ashley is no longer a Navajo Nation employee. So with this amendment, motion to defer 111-21 and 112-21 off the agenda and to the next BNF committee meeting.
I'll second to that to Chairman. This is Delegate Yellowhair.
Agushi, I'll recognize your motion on that, Chair Henio. We have a second to Amendment 2 by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Committee members, we have a motion second on Amendment 2 to defer 2 items of legislation 0112-121 and 0112-21. Committee members, any questions, comments regarding this Amendment 2? Doitza, Schneider, did you do around the horn? Roll call vote on Amendment 2.
Yes, Vice Chairman. Roll call vote for amendment number 2. Honorable Jamie Henyo, how do you vote?
Vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Kenneth Carty, how do you vote?
Other Delegate Amber Keenan Carty votes green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kenneth Carty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
Shadid, we're green.
Thank you, Shana. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Vice Chairman, we have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, and Vice Chairman not voting. Vice Chairman?
Agushi, thank you for the vote on that. This motion on Amendment 2 passes 5-0-1. I'll turn the gavel back over to Chair Henyo. Chair Henyo, you have the gavel now.
Vice Chair Smith for taking over. Sunanda Budget and Finance Committee, we are back on the main motion with 2 amendments. Any further questions, comments on the agenda? I'll call for the question on the main motion with 2 amendments. Amendment number 1, consent agenda, the 2 legislations 173-21 and 179-21, and then adding 2 legislations 168-21 and 0201-21 to the new business lineup. Amendment number 1 passed with 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Amendment number 2 is to defer legislations 111-21 and 112-21 off the agenda to the next Budget and Finance Committee meeting. And with that, the vote passed with 5 in favor, 0 opposed. We're back to the main motion, calling for the question. If there's no further questions, Ramona, if you would lead us in a roll call vote.
Sure, Chairman, roll call vote on the agenda. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth Cardi, how do you vote?
Shada Delegate Amber Cardi, and I'll vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kenneth Cardi votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Thank you, Shate. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you, Chanel. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Chairman, we have 5 members voting in the affirmative and 0 opposing. Chairman?
Thank you for that vote. We do have a vote 5 in favor, 0 opposed. We do have an agenda before us from the Budget and Finance Committee. So that moving forward on our agenda, we do have item 4, review and adopt the journal for June 6, 2021, June 15, 2021, June 22nd, 2021, June 24th, 2021, June 29th, 2021, July 6th, 2021, July 14th, 2021, and September 14th, 2021. Is there a motion?
Yellowhair. Motion.
Motion by Delegate Yellowhair. And your motion, do you accept them one at a time or all of them at the same time?
All of them at the same time.
Now, is that the motion on the floor to accept all resolutions? Be Budget and Finance Committee journals. With that, is there a second?
Vice Chair Smith.
Second by Vice Chair Smith. So the floor is open for questions, comments. Are there any further questions, comments on this motion second for the journals?
Chairman Hino, this is Ramona.
Ramona, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. There is a typo on the date for June 6th. It's supposed to be June 8th. Chairman, thank you.
Okay, so that would be administrative fix for you then?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, there will be an administrative fix on June 6th to June 8th, 2021. That's the typo. But any further questions, comments?
Chair Heniel, this is Peggy.
Peggy, you have the floor.
Thank you. Is there a way that Ramona, you could turn up your volume on your, we're having difficulty hearing. I'm getting text messages, emails saying they can't hear you.
Sure, is this better?
A little bit better. Try again.
What about now?
Just a little bit better, but as we move along, if we can't hear you, I'll remind you to see how we can fix it.
Okay, that's the highest it goes on my volume on my laptop.
Okay, you might just have to get closer to the mic there.
Okay.
Good, Sheena. With that, any questions, comments on the motion second to adopt the journals? Ante Noe, Ramona, if you would lead us in a roll call vote to adopt the journals. Ramona, are you still with us?
What about now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, so we can. Still kind of faded, but if you could just go through that roll call and see if we can hear you a little bit better after that.
Okay. Roll call vote for reviewing and adopting the journals. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bockrati, how do you vote?
Shadow Delegate Amber Canis-Balcrotty, and I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative and 0 opposing. Chairman not voting and 1 member not voting. Chairman?
Thank you for that roll call vote. We do have a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting, and our journals have been adopted by the committee. Okay, moving forward to item number 5, receiving reports. Item A, gaming distribution funds for chapter utilities. Dr. Yellowman with the Navajo Division of Community Development. Are you on the line?
Good morning, Chair Henio. Can you hear me okay?
Oh, I can hear you. Dr. Yellowman, do you have the floor to do a presentation to the committee?
Okay. Good morning, honorable members of Budget and Finance Committee. Good morning. Good morning. Chair Henio, Vice Chair Smith, Delegate Crotty, Delegate Brown, Delegate Begay, Delegate Yellowhair. Good morning. How about now? Shay Pearl Yellowman, Shea Auto and Finnegy, Shay Sanab Bifinchando, Kazafana Bashichin, Komahanda Shiche, Auto Hanagani, the Chanela. I am joined with several staff from the ASD department as well, and along with our senior accountant, Mr. Lydell Davis. We do have a brief report to give, also some recommendations on the gaming funds allocated to DCD and to the 100 and to the chapters. Just to start off our report, what happens annually, maybe this is already known, but there is a process that happens annually, and that is OMB often notifies DCD on the carryover amount early in the year. We then work with the chapters. The chapters then submit their budget in the gaming fund amount, where their packets include a approving resolution from the chapters, the budget forms, the funding plan, and the memo requesting the fund. And chair, members of BNF, this process is important because it also ties back into some of the challenges that the chapters are encountering with receiving the funds. ASC, SPPS staff, they then review and submit the documents to Winderock. From there, DCD admin we approve or review those documents and then work with OOC. We see often that the chapters request to utilize. In the past, they do utilize it for capital outlay, but the majority of the requests come for utility bills. That's when we see an influx or an increase in RDPs for utility bills. Often that requires documentation of the utility, what they call a utility breakdown form, an original copy of the utility bill, and then the RDP. So this year in 2021, the memo or the allocation that we received from the gaming trust fund was $1,280,617.89. To date, OOC has established 24 budgets for that. And then the remaining here that the chapters did not request or that the chapters did not utilize will be a carryover in FY 2022. We do have some ASC SPPS staff who have demonstrated that the lengthy process or the challenges in the application process often leave some of the chapters in not utilizing the funds because of the challenge. So that may result in the carryover. So there can be some causal or there can be a relationship there. But nonetheless, our ASC and SPPS do work closely with the chapters in trying to identify the proper use and the so that they're in compliant with the gaming trust fund for the use here. So that's kind of a brief update as to where we're at right now. We are collecting additional information and hope to hear from OMB as to what will be the carryover for 2022. So Chair Henio, that's just kind of a brief update, and I can take some questions. Thank you.
Again, I thank you for that report, Dr. Yellowman. And with that, Budget and Finance Committee, is there a motion to accept the report?
This is Delegate Brown, I'll motion.
Okay. Motion by Shenandoah, Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Is there a second?
Yellow hair, second.
Motion by
Brown.
Shenandoah, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. So we do have a motion and second on the floor to accept the report. Shenandoah Budget and Finance Committee. Floor is open for any questions or comments on the report.
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Crotty with a question.
Good, Shenandoah, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate the report. I'm not sure if it was pretty brief, so but I appreciate brief reports. I think in terms of gaming, the chapters have submitted documents and are not getting their invoices approved. And so what is the plan to streamline the gaming distribution? I apologize, there's background noise. I can't control that. What's the process that DCD is going to do to help our chapters have access to that funding and then to be effective in sending those payments to cover the requirements from the policies and procedures. Thank you, Chair, committee members. Dr. Yellowman.
Here now for that question. Back to Dr. Yellowman. Response.
Okay, yeah, Shananta, Delegate Crotty. The report was brief in nature. However, we do have some recommendations to the distribution procedures. These distribution procedures involve perhaps a recommended work session between OMB, OOC, BNF, our Budget and Finance Committee, and RDC. We certainly have some recommendations that can help address the total number of signatures required that go through the process. That's why I mentioned in the quick update that the lengthy process of what a chapter must submit, and then the signatures required for the utility requests. Often chapters may not want to even encounter the process and end up paying the utility bill themselves. Some of the other challenges, and again, this is just respectfully speaking, is the payment length is often puts the chapters in a compromised position where they're seeing or receiving utility shutoff connection notices, even though they have submitted their RDPs to the proper accounts payable, or we're just trying to be in a working relationship with OOC to help pay out these items. So we do have some recommendations, definitely both inside of DCD, internally, so that our SPPS staff have a little bit more autonomy and authority to assist the chapters, rather than a bottleneck happening at an administrative level. We can be more directly hands-on with the chapters and submitting those RDPs. But then again, we also come across the lengthy payout time with our partner departments to help process this. And so we do have some recommendations with OMB, OOC to address those. Thank you, Chair. Delegate Crotty.
Thank you for that response. With that, back to Budget Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments? If there are no further questions or comments, I'll call for the question to accept the report. With that, hearing none, call for the question to accept the report. Ramona, if you would lead us in a roll call vote to accept the report.
Thank you, Chairman. Roll call vote for the accepting the report. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty, how do you vote?
Shada, this is Delegate Amber Keenan-Bakrati, and I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yes, too.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting, and 1 member not voting. Chairman?
Okay, thank you for that. Roll call vote. We do pass to accept the report. 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. That, thank you again, Dr. Yellowman, for providing that report. And we'll move forward to item B, FY22 budget update. Mr. Dominic Bial, Office of Management and Budget, are you on the line?
Yes, sir, I am.
Good, sir. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, committee members, and everyone else that's on the line. I'll be very brief. The update on the 22 budget is the budget as line item vetoed has been loaded into FMIS and is available by use by all programs as of this past Friday, October 1st. Yesterday, there were still some loose ends that were being worked on, but those have subsequently or since then they've been completed. So as far as the FY22 budget goes, it's all done, set up, and so forth. Mr. Chair.
Dr. Shanky, I'd love Mr. Bial for that short report as we move forward in the new fiscal year. Is there a motion to accept the report?
Delegate Brown will motion.
Motion by Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Is there a second?
Yellow hair, motion second, Chairman.
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, second. Would you have a motion and second on the floor to accept the report? With that, the floor is open for any questions from Mr. Dominic Bial.
Chair Henio, this is Delegate Crotty with a question.
Shenanda, you have the floor for a question.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I appreciate the report, Mr. Bial. In regards to the line item veto from that permanent trust fund excess, where does that funding now go? Would that be in the UUSB? And the second question is, have the 3 branch chiefs scheduled a meeting to discuss the UUSB in terms of the program's unmet needs, and understanding that a majority of the programs did not get their carryover? Where do those carryover funds, where will that be deposit, in what funding category? And my last question was, so council didn't allocate all of the funding that was available. If you can remind me where that funding will be situated. And I think that will be beneficial as we continue to look at the unmet needs of the program, and especially victim services. We're pulling together all of the documentation that's needed to provide wraparound services here on Navajo Nation. We're dealing with lots of violence in our communities, and it's pulling together. Speaker has a task force, and some of the shelters and victim services are not provided by Navajo programs, and so we just need to know what funding is available so that they can maximize those services. Thank you, Mr. Bial.
Thank you for that question. Back to Mr. Bial.
*6 to unmute. OMB.
Mr. Still with us?
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, committee members, my muting seems to go fast now. I don't know why. But anyway, as I was saying, the line item vetoed amount of 800 plus thousand that was budgeted or allocated for the criminal investigations, the fund source being the permanent fund income. It is my understanding that that money will revert to the UUFB. But I would like to have, I'm hoping that controller's office is on the line and they can verify that or correct me if I'm mistaken. Mr. Chair, that's the answer on that part of the question.
Thank you. Sir Bial. Miss Elizabeth Gay, are you still with us on the call?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm here. What is the question again? The line item veto from the permanent trust fund? Is that correct?
The question was the funds that were vetoed, line item vetoed from the FY 2022 budget. So where does that money go now? As it was part of the permanent income interest. And then the other question was with the excess that was never allocated by the Navajo Nation Council. Where does that money sit now? And those are two right there. I'm trying to think of the other one, but maybe if you could provide a response to that, then there might be a follow-up from the committee.
Okay, thank you for that question. Yeah, the permanent trust fund income, the line item veto, that will go back to the UUFB because that's made available for the FY22 budget. And also the other line item veto, yeah, that will all go to UUFB. And Mr. Bial is correct on his response. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you for that response. Back to Budget and Finance Committee. Delegate Amber, can I ask do you have a follow-up for OOC or OMB?
Muting unmuted every 10 seconds.
Delegate Amber, can I ask Delegate Amber, can I ask
Hi, Chair, can you repeat the question?
Okay, and do you have a follow-up to the responses that were given by the two divisions?
Chair, I don't have a follow-up at this time. If we could just ask acting controller if they could put that on a summary memo, that would be helpful as we move forward and understanding how much funding is in our UUFB. And because I'm looking at, we're pulling down 40 million for the next 5 years from our investments of permanent trust fund. But we also have savings here through our UUFB and other funds. So I don't know, it maybe a later time, Budget and Finance can look at what are the benefits, because to see if our money is making money in the stock market, is it better to pull it down or use the existing savings that are here? Because not only do we have UUFB, but we also have, the mandated set aside, the 10%. And I think we should have a plan to address some of these issues that are being raised. And as we're being trained on what's available through ARPA and some of those processes, what we can do to plan and meet the needs of our people. Winter is closely approaching, and just with the benefit of the rain last week also, causes a lot of challenges. And I think every delegate has to deal with, emergency challenges, or how to make sure our roads are maintained or at least chip sealed, and that all takes funding. So I'm trying to think about this in a comprehensive way and understand where the funding's allocated. And if the 3 branch chiefs are not coming together to have those discussions, then I would ask Chair if we could add that to a report for our next meeting on what are Budget and Finance's recommendation when it comes to priorities and how to fund these unmet needs using Navajo Nation dollars. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for the recommendations and comments. And with that, moving forward back to the committee, any further questions, comments? Then I'll call for the question to accept the report. Ramona, if you would lead us in a roll call vote.
This is Delegate Yellowhair. Question of privilege, Chairman.
Hold on. Ramona, hold on. So that Delegate Yellowhair, you can just ask. You don't have to do a question of privilege. You can just ask a question. You have the floor.
Okay. Anyway, thank you very much, Mr. Bial. On this, the veto money, the 800 some odd thousand that was vetoed, this money for back to UUFB, this money will be available anytime, Mr. Bial. And also questions to a acting controller. This money will be available anytime coming down to midsummer, or if there's a need, so this will be available. Even now, this Mr. Bial. So that's my questions or comments to the chairman. Back to you.
Delegate Yellowhair. I think that question would be directed at the controller's office. Ms. Begay, question would be is when would this money from the UFB be available? The money that was line item vetoed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the question. That money is now available, the 300,000+, as well as the last UUFB report that we provided. There's 25,700,000 on UUFB. That is also available. Thank you.
Thank you for that response. Back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments?
Follow up, Delegate Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Acting Controller. Also, this money will be available anytime, and tomorrow on. Thank you, Shmaya, the crowd, even not this stuff. This money is available to our people, and and then I need a report from Mr. Bial. Can you do the report back to Budget and Finance Committee for the records, Chairman? Thank you very much.
Delegate Jimmy over here. What kind of report are you asking for from the Office of Management Budget?
Report. Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. It's not large that he's here. Okay, the report was made by him and also Acting Controller Financial Report to be updated about the funding has been vetoed. That report should be made back so we know what's going on, share this information with the 24th Navajo Nation Council For the records, yes. I hope this will explain. Thank you.
Okay. Miss Elizabeth Begay and Mr. Biel, if you would just send an email to Peggy explaining the processes and the next steps on what was line item vetoed from the FY 2022 budget for written clarification. I think that's what Delegate Jimmy Yale is asking for. With that, Budget and Finance Committee members, any further questions, comments?
Chair Genio, this is Peggy.
Peggy, you have the floor.
Second item on the report, the first bullet says consultant report on the Navajo Nation budget cycle. I understand from OMB that they're not, the COA that they have on this report isn't due until the December 31st by the end of the quarter. However, just wondering when they're going to start reporting to the Budget and Finance Committee, since it was the committee that requested the report during the budget hearing. Chair Genio.
Okay, thank you for that. Clarification on our agenda. With that, Mr. Biel, is there, do you have a response on this item on our agenda, which is bullet point? I believe it's a small asterisk or some circle like that. So if you would provide response. Mr. Biel?
Star six.
I keep getting muted. Mr. Chair, committee members, I was notified 2 working days ago that this matter was on the agenda, and there was a whole number of questions that were posed. And therefore there's been insufficient time to fully speak to the matter, to the question. But very briefly, just speaking about the 2-year budgeting process cycle, back in 2019, OMB did an RFP for a project to improve the annual budgeting process for recommendations on any revisions to the Appropriations Act and the budgeting cycle, including the 2-year budgeting process. So back in 2019, we got 4 bidders, and we went through the process of opening the bids, considering their credentials and qualifications and so forth. And we reached general agreement for one of the bidders late in 2019. But two factors occurred at the same time. One was we were relocated out of our regular offices in Admin 1, and then so now we're continuing to be in the museum in temporary quarters. So that affected the follow through on this particular matter. The second thing, of course, is the pandemic also occurred in March of 20. So that had the impact of affecting this work, including any work from any outside consultants. So now that things have relaxed a bit, we finished the regular 22 budget process, we can do another RFP and get started on it again, this time with a focus on the 2-year budgeting cycle. So we can do that very soon, and then have some recommendations for consideration by BNF committee as well as other leadership, probably during the first quarter before the start of the next budget cycle. Mr. Chair, that's a very quick update on that particular matter. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Allen. Just keep the committee updated in their future reports, even though it's not listed, to keep us updated as far as the progress for this project on the consultant and the 2-year budget cycle. With that, back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments? Well, then now I'll call for the question to accept the report. Ramona, if you would lead us in a roll call vote.
Sure, Chairman, roll call vote for the accepting the report. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green?
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty, how do you vote?
Shada, this is Delegate Amber Keenan-Crotty. I'll vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Thank you, Shache. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting, and 1 member not voting. Chairman?
Thank you for that roll call vote. We do have do pass. 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. With this, thank you, Mr. Biel and Ms. Elizabeth Begay for providing.
Voting green.
And right here, Delegate Elmer P. Begay votes green.
Voting green.
Mona, did you get
Yeah.
that?
Yes, Chairman, I did. So Chairman, 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, and chairman not voting. Chairman?
Thank you. Thank you for that. Let's move forward on our agenda. Item C, CARES Act expenditure allocated to the Office of Controller, presented by Ms. Janine Jones. Ms. Jones, are you on the line? Ms. Elizabeth Gay, our acting controller.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Budget and Finance Committee members. Yeah, Janine is coming into my office. We were requested by this committee to do a report on the Noon and Associates, the consultant that we hired under the allocated money from the CARES Fund to the Office of the Controller. I assigned Janine Jones, our in-house internal auditor, to do the review, and I'll defer to her in providing this report. Janine, go ahead.
Good morning, this is Janine Jones. This report is the review of the contract for Neiman Associate. And as requested by this committee, and this was a professional service contract, and OOC was allocated $20 million from CARES Act per resolution CS-73-20. The total allocation was for Noon and Associate was $5 million. And I reviewed the original contract, scope of work, description of services, invoice, and payments. And Noon was selected as and hired as a consultant to monitor services through the emergency procurement. Noon is a 100% owned Navajo CPA full service accounting and advisory firm. They were contracted from June 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2021. And so one of the subcontractors was REDW for monitoring, and they outsource accountants for record management. Noon has been contracting with OOCU since 2016. OOC agreed to contract Noon in the sum amount of not exceeding 5.3 million, I'm sorry. And Noon was paid a total of 3.3 million for services out of that contract. And the remaining amount, 1.9 million, was transferred to another account. Of the 3.3 million, Noon paid REDW a total of 123,201 and outsourced accountant in the amount of 754,566. And hourly billing, rather than they were charging by hourly bill rather than fixed cost base, and that was agreed upon. And the average hourly rate was 270. And the contract scope of work stated the scope, deliverables, timeline. Noon provided the following services listed in the contract: review of the Treasury guideline, FAQs, plan and research for possible expenditure plans, review and research legislation, listen and documented committee and council session for planning and impact, special duty pay, research Treasury and guidelines, review and documented non-exempt special duty pay request forms, review expenses incurred for eligibility, monitored subrecipients and programs, payroll support programs, reviewed the administrative leave submitted by programs, small business and artisan grants, review the portal and documented the grant, reviewed the general ledger accounts, reconciled the general ledgers, develop expense monitoring tool for purchasing, review the procurement and PCAR process, assisted in financial statement audit and single audit impact cutoff and planning, chapter expenses plan, assisted DED with chapter expenses, expenditure budgets, and chapter distribution projects. Hardship assistant assisted with the Office of the Vital Record and Statistics with scanning and enrolling sheets. Compile enrollment database to supplement the Vital Record database. Assess the completeness of the Vital Record database. And last, documented scanning, outsource the accountants to assist the scanning accounts payable, travel advances, P-card support documents using doc record applications, and develop process to ensure appropriate structures of scanned documents. That's it. Thank you.
So that concludes Janine's report, and we are ready to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that report. So the Budget and Finance Committee members, are there any questions? Is there a motion to accept the report?
Delegate Gay, report, motion.
Motion by Delegate Elmer P. Gate. Is there a second?
Delegate Yellow Hair, second.
Kashina, there is a motion and a second to accept the report. Floor is now open for questions. Any questions for the presentation?
This is Delegate Yellow Hair,
Senator,
Chairman.
you have the floor.
Thank you for the report. Do we have a report, so be sent to Budget and Finance Committee? The one you just stated on the report pertains to CARE Act expenditures. I guess this is overall CARE Act expenditures that was made available to the Navajo nations, especially on this hardship accounts still open. And we need to have to receive from your part to how much is still available on CARE Act money on those hardship accounts. How much money? You didn't state anything on it, on the CARE Act budget balance. Last time report by Mr. Robert Willie was like $42 million. What's the most current fund still available? Because the funding of this is going to be expired December 31st, 2021. Only 3 months to go to complete this project. Anything leftovers will be returned back to U.S. Treasury. So where are we at on this financial report? So we didn't hear anything. You just talk about just a Noonan associate, what they did on their resume. That's all you read on it. So can we hear from you, Acting Controller? Back to you, Chairman. Yeah.
Thank you, Delegate Jimmy here. With that, back to Ms. Elizabeth Gay and Ms. Jones for response.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Delegate Yellow Hair, for the question. Yeah, the one that Janine just read, we provided it to Peggy for distribution to the committee, and it's only specific to Noon and Associates as requested by this committee. With regards to the overall CARES fund expenditures, in specific to the hardship, there's still $41,869,935 left, and that's reserved for hardship 2. And the application period for hardship 2 has ended. That's September 30th. And we are now entering the applications into this database. And we anticipate the OOC will start issuing checks for hardship 2 assistance checks beginning November 1st. And based on the available money of 41 million and the applications that we received to date of approximately 40,000, we anticipate to award the same amount of assistance of 1,350 for adults and 450 for minor for this hardship 2. So that's our goal, to be able to start issuing the checks beginning November 1st. And I hope that answers Delegate Yellow Hair question, and we will forward this latest update on the CARES Fund expenditure report to the committee. Thank you.
Thank you for that response, Ms. Begay. With that, back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Delegate Jimmy Yellow here. Do you have a follow-up?
Thank you very much, Chairman Shahad. Thank you. Thank you, Acting Controller. The last time was $42 million. Looks like very little bit of work done. There's still 41 million plus is still there. And there was an issue with the CIP office, Ron Duncan's office. But I was over in the Pinion, the new Miss Navajo we had a parade there. There's a lot of people came to me. They said there was an issues with the CIP office. They're not giving out their documents what they wanted was been closed, and there's no communication from there. It's poor communication from Ron Duncan. They're lacking the CIP documentations. So in order to get this payment to be processed. So how are you working with this CIP acting controller? This is my serious concerns right here. I mentioned with the Dr. Yellowman, due to my concern, there's nothing very improved up to CIP office. These are very important. And then I understand there was also an issue with the Baker Tilly too. They had a hard time return those documents back to the Navajo Nation. What's going on there right there with the Navajo Nation between the DOJ and Baker Tilly to bring those records back to the Navajo Nation? And these records are very important. Some of these records would have been made and some were never been processed. We need to take advantage on these documents. Should be returned back. I don't know what you're doing, acting controller. You're really not up to date with your report. We need
Point
to
of
get
order,
move on with
Delegate
it,
Quaddy.
please.
Point of order, Delegate Quaddy, what's your point of order?
Yes, thank you, Chair. If you could keep the quorum of the meeting, I think the request was the report that was received. That would be helpful, Chair. And I understand, and I'm also concerned in hearing reports that how the acting controller is being treated in the office. I would want to ask the committee if we could respect her report and what she's providing to the committee, and that we try to avoid some of these accusations. Thank you.
Thank you for that. As I was getting ready to address that, but thank you, Shenandoah, for pointing that out. Shenandoah Budget and Finance Committee, as we move along with these questions and comments from our program managers.
Questions
we have to keep in mind, we have to hold down, Shenandoah, please. We have to keep in mind that our staff work hard for us. And we need to be a little bit more open with them and respectful to them as far as they do their work, as far as they try to please the council and please leadership as far as questions and all these requests that are being asked of them. So with that, as Ms. Gay reported, that the only report that was requested was on Noon and Associates and the council, the monies that was allocated. And but they will be happy to provide CARES update at the next committee meeting. And just be mindful that the application period just ended last Friday. And therefore right now their staff are busy going through each application that was received, either through the mail or in person, and putting them into the database. And therefore it takes time to do that. And then so they anticipate spending down on that 41 million after that by issuing checks. So the money just doesn't get spent overnight. We have to have a process that we need to follow. So with that, back to Shenandoah, Delegate Jimmy Yellen here.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I'm very cautious when I speak. I speak based upon my community concerns. All of committee, we always go back to our community. But I'll never bring this point of orders when my colleague speaks. Thank you. I do respect, but this isn't the concern from our community in Black Mesa area. Thank you.
Christina, any further questions, comments on the report?
Chair Henio, this is Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Henio, and thank you, Acting Controller, for the report, and Ms. Jones on the CARES Fund. Did everybody turn in the money? I know last time we had a meeting, there was one entity or enterprise, or I don't recall how much they had, but did they revert that money back to the CARES money? I know we have 41 million. Is that all taken care of? I know there was some outstanding out there. I think that was with Talani Lake. That's my question, Chair Henio. Thank you. Ms. Elizabeth Begay, our Acting Controller.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, committee members, Vice Chair Smith, for the question on Tulani Lake. We're still working on recovering the money. It's 1.9 million that we questioned that was given to Tulani Lake. They already spent the money, so we're just working on getting it back, liquidate whatever assets they have, if you will. But as far as our record is concerned, that's outstanding money from Tulani Lake. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Begay, for that response. Back to the committee, Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments? Then I'll call for the question to accept the report. No further questions. Ramona, if you would lead us in a roll call vote.
Yes, Chairman, roll call vote. For the report, Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty, how do you vote?
Senate Delegate Amber Kenneth Crotty, I'll vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting, and 1 member not voting. Chairman?
For that roll call vote. We do have a due pass. Accept the report. 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Thank you, Ms. Elizabeth Begay and Ms. Janine Jones for the report.
Green.
And with that, we do have Delegate Elmer P. Begay voting green. Did you get that, Ramona?
Yes, Chairman. Elmer P. Begay voting green. So Chairman, we have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, and chairman not voting. Chairman?
Thank you. Thank you for that roll call vote. And with that, let's move forward to new business. We do have a consent agenda, consent item on our consent, which would be item A. Is that right, Peggy?
Yes, committee members, legislation number 017321 and item E, legislation number 0179-21. Those 2 items are on the consent agenda. Chair.
Christina, thank you for that. And with that, I need a motion to accept the consent agenda.
This is Delegate Brown on motion.
Motion by Shenandoah Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Is there a second?
Delegate Yellowhair.
Shenandoah Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. we do have a motion and a second for consent items to be passed. Any questions, comments? Tanoia, there are no further questions or comments. Call for the question on the consent items to be passed. Ramona, if you would lead us in roll call vote.
Yes, Chairman, roll call vote for the consent items. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green?
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bakrati, how do you vote?
How are you doing today? Senate Delegate Amber Kenneth-Bakrati, I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bakrati votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Thank you, Shatria. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Thank you, Chanel. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Chairman, we have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing. Chairman not voting. Chairman?
Yeah, thank you for that roll call vote. We do have 5 in favor. 0 opposed, chair not voting. Legislation on the consent item on the agenda is received a due pass. Moving forward to the next item on our agenda, the item B, which is legislation 194-21. Peggy, if you would read that legislation to the record for us.
Point of order.
Vice Chair Smith, what's your point of order?
Thank you, Chair Henio. The next legislation should be item B, 0175-21. That was in the consent. That's my point of order. Thank you.
Okay. I was trying to focus while I was maneuvering here in my car. Yeah, you're right. 175-21. Peggy, if you would read that into the record for us, please.
Yes, Chair, hold on a second. I'm trying to find the legislation. Since we have so many, I've got them printed. Hold on a second.
Hold on while you're looking, Peggy. Is the sponsor, Delegate Mark Freeland, are you on the call?
I'm here.
All right. With that, Peggy, once you find it, you have the floor.
Okay, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, legislation number 0175-21 is a proposed standing committee resolution, was assigned to Resources and Development Committee, thence Budget and Finance Committee, thence Nabikia Committee, 24th Navajo Nation Council, 3rd year 2021. Introduced by Mark Freeland, sponsor tracking number 0175-21, an action relating to Resources and Development, Budget and Finance, and Nabikia Committees, approving and authorizing a contract between the Navajo Nation and the United States Department of the Interior under 25 USC Section 5301 at SEC PL 93-638 as amended for a 5-year term for the Division of Natural Resources Environmental Archaeological Service Non-Roads Program, approving and authorizing the fiscal year annual funding agreement and scope of work for the period of the contract term. This has been electronically read into the record. All of the attachments that are referenced in the legislation are attached. The Internet public review document shows that there are no comments that were received on the first report. Resources and Development Committee has a due pass with no amendments and also includes their vote tally sheet. Chair.
Thank you for that reading. Is there a motion to accept this resolution?
Delegate Brown, no motion.
Motion by Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Is there a second?
Yellow hair.
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, second. So with that, with this, we do have the sponsor, Delegate Mark Freeland, Cecilia, you have the floor to introduce your legislation.
Akela, Shana Chairman, Auto Shnata, Budget and Finance Committee in Mutlinigi. Good morning, Auto staff Mutlinigi, Auto on the call. Good morning, or good afternoon, yeah, it's afternoon. Auto on Shikedo Mutlinigi. Thank you for allowing me to present this legislation, Shnata. It's a request from the Historic Preservation Department under the Division of Natural Resources to establish the 5-year funding agreement, funding contract for the program. It's for 5 years, and I do have my agent on the line, Mr. Richard Begay, who can elaborate a little bit more thoroughly on the process. It's a 638 contract renewal, and a very important contract, working with historic preservation. The work that they do is very intricate, and there's a lot of detailed information that they put into the work. So, Mr. Begay, are you on the line? Shata? *6, Richard.
Good afternoon. Could you hear me? This is Linda
Oh, okay.
Lockbean with
Hi, Linda.
Historic Preservation. Yes,
Yeah.
Richard is supposed to call in, and then Tamara Billy, she's the senior archaeologist here with Historic Preservation.
Thank you, ma'am.
She's on standby too, so I just want to let you know we're here. I think he may be having technical issues, so
Okay.
we'll give him a few more minutes. All right.
If Miss Billy could elaborate maybe on the contract itself, if that's okay to the Budget and Finance Committee, or yourself, ma'am, if that's okay.
Good afternoon. Sorry to butt in. This is Richard.
Richard,
I'm
there you
able
are. Thank
to
you.
dial in. So I'm happy to give an overview of the budget, if you will.
Go right ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, members of the Budget and Finance Committee and people who have dialed in. The resolution before you was approved, of course, by Resources and Development Committee a couple of weeks ago, and it's now before you for consideration and approval. The budget contract is the BIA renewal, a 5-year renewal contract. Historic Preservation has had this contract since the late 80s, and we renew it every 5 years. Along with the contract, of course, there are annual funding agreements with that. Now, that it is from the BIA to 638 contract. The contract itself is for to meet federal requirements under the National Historic Preservation Act. We do what we call Section 106 compliance for all Navajo Nation lands, including that would include Navajo Tribal Trust lands and also individual Indian allotments. We do some other compliance for other lands under the, of course, the Navajo Nation Cultural Resources Protection Act, and those would include fee lands and so on. But getting back to the actual 638 contract that is before you, again, that is for compliance services. It's non-roads. You'll read that it's a non-roads archaeological services. Historically, there used to be one contract, but after the Department of Navajo Transportation was created, the contract was split in two. The NDOT has the transportation portion so that they do all the archaeological survey work for Navajo Nation roads, and we retain the compliance part of it. So that's what's before you. And again, I want to make sure that it's clear that this is for compliance. And so we actually provide archaeological services, archaeological clearance for undertakings, what we call undertakings across the reservation. And those could be projects that are funded by federal dollars that require a federal permit or a lease, for instance, a highway or a utility line and so on. And we employ, I believe, 5 people under this contract, some of those positions are cost shared with general funds. And so we have currently three full-time compliance officers who review reports from across the reservation and issue those, make determinations, as we call it, under the Section 106. The tribe also has an agreement with the Park Service, so we are now that Tribal Historic Preservation Office, and so we no longer have to report back to the state historic preservation officers in New Mexico, Arizona, and Utah. So this contract works very well hand in hand with that designation as a THPO. Under this contract as well, we do get some other types of funding, project funding as we call it, and those are for specific projects. We currently have about 14 or 15 smaller contracts under this umbrella contract, and those contracts are normally for to do field work for the Bureau of Indian Affairs. Under that, and those smaller contracts are work to provide field services for their natural resources program, facilities management program, and then Navajo partition lands program, and then some other smaller projects. So it isn't just for compliance. We do actually accept, again, some one-time funding for smaller projects. So I think that covers it, and I'm happy to answer any questions, and I'll leave it to Linda if she wants to, and Tamara if they want to add something else. Thank you, committee.
Linda or Tamara?
Thank you.
Hello, this is Tamara with the Heritage and Historic Preservation Department. And I just want to give some figures of what we've done to date within our office for archaeological reviews. There are 1,656 reviews that we've done to date. 1,200 of those are for home sites. So that is about 72% of our reviews. And we've issued about 1,400 permits that Richard referred to for cultural resource surveys and research. So that's just to give you an indication of where we're at in our reviews and what we do. In a typical year, we usually do about 2,000 reviews. So I just went on our database and just pulled out these numbers just a while ago. So if you have any questions, let us know.
Shananta. Chairman.
Okay, so Tele.
Okay. Yes, Shananta, committee members, my colleagues, just to give you an idea, this is one of many 638 programs that is funded by the Bureau of Indian Affairs, one of the many very important programs. We do ask for your favorable consideration today in presenting this legislation, so it may proceed on to the Nabikia committee where Nabikia does have final authority. But that does conclude our presentation on this legislation. And again, we do thank you for the time and the consideration that you will be given. Chairman, and my colleagues.
Delegate Freeland and your agents. With this, committee members, the Budget Finance Committee, any questions, comments regarding this legislation?
Good afternoon, Chair Henio. This is
Chair Smith, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Henio, and Budget Finance Committee members for the time to ask questions on this legislation that's brought before us, 0175-21. He had Honorable Mark Freeland for bringing this legislation before Budget and Finance, and it moves on to Nabakia, and then also the approving and authorizing the contract between Navajo Nation and United States Department of Interior. And Nabakia is the final authority. The reason why I wanted this off the consent is because home site lease. We've got several constituents in my area that are always asking, where's my home site lease? I paid the fees. I'm in a mix of a maze, and they just keep pointing me here and there. And I know that this contract is important. However, our people is important too. They're wanting to know how this does work so that they could get their home site lease. And winter's coming up quickly. I know that Fish and Wildlife does provide home site lease too. How do you guys coordinate with Fish and Wildlife, and how does that work? Because I heard earlier that there was 1,200 home site, 72%, and 1,400 of them have been issued. And normally there's like about 2,000 review. And this is a non-roads program, environmental archaeological services. And I appreciate the agent, Richard Begay, and the agents that spoke for this legislation. I'd also like to shout out to Richard Begay for helping out the Lupton chapter. There was a big need of moving some earth, and the quickness and the promptness of getting that coordinated with the county on County Road 403. I just want to say so that he hadn't saw, because that road had sloughed off, and it was dangerous. It was dangerous to pass, especially at night. Could be an accident, and I appreciate Richard Begay moving and making that happen over there. Those are my questions. How do we expedite these home site lease? Because of that 72%, and people do need that, especially with this ARPA funds. ARPA funds that are coming in are going to be requiring, I keep hearing NTUA saying, yes, we'll hook you up. Yes, we'll run services to you, provided that you have a home site lease, provided that you are in compliance with the home site lease issue. The other question too is on page 11 of the December. It says that you guys are going for a 5-year term, but on that contract, it has 1 year on there. It starts 2022 of January and ends December 31st, 2022. I was kind of confused on how that fits into bill here regarding the contract, and that's on the fiscal year 22 annual funding agreement. Is that the typo on there? So it says for the period of January 1, 2022 through December 31st, 2022. And if that's 5 years, it should be 2026. And this is a annual funding agreement, environmental archaeological service non-roads program. The other question is on page 11 of that contract. Could this be a big factor on why people are still waiting for their home site lease to be evaluated and to be pushed along? Because we have Navajo preference, and I know there's going to be a flood of requests coming in. Could this Navajo preference be waived and still give Navajo preference the first bid, or the first business to do this? And if we can't find Navajo preference, then could we open the door for others to come in and do a I guess the same thing that Navajo preference is doing under the 15 NNC subsection section 601, which you mentioned, section 601 or 106. 601 talks about the contract and on this for the Navajo preference. Could that be provided? Is it too late to do that, or could we amend that? I know that the president signed this, but it still needs to go to the I think the last signature on this would be the Secretary, Department of Interior, our designee. And President Nez did sign this already. So is it too late to look at that section, page 11, under the Navajo preference, consistent with section 7B of the ISDEAA as amended the Navajo Nation Business Opportunity Act, Title 5, Section 201. Could that be amended so that we could get these home site lease done quicker and faster? Because every time I see my constituents, they're always saying, I turn my papers in. I don't know what's going on with it. Those are my questions, Chair Henu. I appreciate that, and I thank you for the time. Appreciate it.
Vice Chair Smith for that question. Delegate Mark Freeman, through your agent, a response.
Agushi, Shinado, Shina, Honorable Vice Chair Smith of Toya. I'm going to go ahead and defer those questions to my agent, Mr. Begay, to respond. Thank you. Mr. Begay?
*6 to unmute.
Can you hear me now? I was talking away. In response to the three questions posed by the delegate, I will answer them in the order that he asked them. And regarding the home sites, let me just clarify the numbers that Tamara gave to you, those 1,200 and 1,400 numbers. Those are just for this current year, this current calendar year, 2021. So we are up to about 600 or 1,600 or so reports that we have reviewed. Last year we did 1,400. The year before that about 1,300, and the numbers have been steadily going up. And again, most of the reports that we review are for home site leases, and those are for people who have had their home site surveys, or they have lived in that home site for 50 years or more, and we issue them two separate compliance forms. One is what we call the Cultural Resources Inventory Documentation Form, a CRID. Now that CRID is for projects or home sites or projects that have been those home sites that have been in use for 50 years or more, and the home site has been completely modified. The land has been completely modified so that any archaeological remains would be unrecognizable. And so a lot of the older home sites that don't necessarily need an archaeological survey, especially those the ones that people have been living there for quite some time. Now, for new home sites or other home sites that are going to be served, for instance, by NTWA or IHS, they do require an archaeological survey. And those we issue what we call a Cultural Resources Compliance Form, a CRCF. So we also have some agreements with NTUA in terms of serving their homes if they need clearance for electric hookup or with IHS as well. We do work with them to make sure that they proceed with a project through an agreement we have with them. So again, those numbers have been steadily going up the last 3 years, mostly because people are finally getting their home sites to receive services through the Light Up Navajo project, through NTUA, the CARES Fund, and now we're ramping up again, of course, for the ARPA funds. People do submit their archaeological survey reports to us, and we review them typically within a week or two, but we advise people that it may take up to 30 days. We are part of the Division of Natural Resources. The Fish and Wildlife have their own biological clearance process. We certainly don't get involved with their biological clearance process. We don't have the authority to do that. That's all left to the Fish and Wildlife people. But we do advise clients who come to us asking about the biological clearance forms, we refer them over to Fish and Wildlife. And so we do what we can to assist home site leases that come to us. And we understand that a lot of people come in from different faraway communities like Navajo Mountain to the city, Torreon, and so on. So we do what we can to make sure that the people that come to us get the assistance they need. We work with them face-to-face with proper protocols. We also work through emails and phone calls. So we do what we can to make sure that we're not the problem in the home site lease process. Again, we're only responsible for the archaeological surveys and the compliance for that under this contract. But let me make it clear. Under this contract, we do not do archaeological services. We don't provide field work services. So when people come to us, we refer them to a contractor or a consultant or a permittee to do the work. So I'm going to skip to question 3 about the Navajo preference issue a little bit. Under the Navajo Nation Council approved the Cultural Resources Protection Act in 1988. Under that act, they created a permit system. So that permitting system is what we oversee. We issue 3 different kinds of permits for cultural resources. Permit A is for visitation, mostly geared towards non-Navajos who are wanting to visit archaeological sites on the Navajo Nation, on Navajo Nation lands. The B permits are for archaeological surveys, and I'll get back to that a little bit now. The C permits are for excavations or ethnographic interviews. So those are the 3 different kinds of permits we have that are created under that CRPA. Under the B permits, we issue those permits to archaeological contractors who do work on the Navajo Nation. We issue the permits to make sure that those contractors are qualified to do the work, to do a professional job, and that they meet the standards that we have set for report writing and also for field work. We have, if you look at our website at hpd.navajo-nsn.gov, you'll see our permit packet there, and it sets out fieldwork standards, how they should be doing fieldwork. It also sets some standards to record archaeological sites. It also says that they have to work with the local chapters, contact local people to identify both archaeological sites, but more importantly, any burials, also sacred places, and that's what's a part of their requirement when we issue them a permit to do work. As of today, there are 43 archaeological companies that are permitted to do Navajo Nation, to work on the Navajo Nation. 11 of those are Navajo-owned companies or individuals. Of those 11, 2 of them are fairly decent-sized companies, and the other 9 are individuals who are doing work, and those are all Navajos. So total, they employ about 35 Navajos who do work across the Navajo Nation. Primarily, since these are local folks, these Navajos who are permitted to do work, they mostly do home site leases. There are the rest of the companies are basically off reservation, and they would charge an enormous amount of work to come onto the reservation to do a home site for survey for 1 acre. So we permit those companies and individuals to do work on the Navajo Nation. Now, since we do not offer field services, when someone comes in to ask for where do I get how do I get an archaeological survey, we refer them to this list, and on that list there identifies which ones can do our home site surveys. We don't control how much they charge. These are independent private individuals doing work through a permit issued by our office. So we do not make recommendations on who they should work with. That decision is solely up to the home site leasing on who they want to hire. Now, again, I understand that there are some problems with reviewing reports, but also do remember that once that home site leasing hires somebody to do work, it may take them quite some time to do the home site survey. We don't normally get involved in this home site survey. Again, that's a private business venture. And we only start to review the reports when we receive them from their home site leases contractor. Again, some of them are very quick about the turnaround between surveys and report writing. But again, some of them are backed up and they may take a couple of months. And I know that in one or two cases, it's taken them almost a year to submit their reports to us. And again, people do come to us and complain about the people that they've hired. And, you know, I occasionally get involved in calling or the permittee to say, hey, where's this report? And we need this ASAP. So we do what we can to make sure that those permittees do the work that that we expect them to do and to do it professionally. So, and in that sense, we don't necessarily provide we don't necessarily, again, we don't provide fieldwork services. We rely on the people who actually have those permits. So hopefully that answers both 1 and 3 questions. As for the page 11, I just barely pulled that up. And Linda, can you jump in and explain what's going on about the 5-year contract, the dates on that while I look through the contract?
Okay, the main contract is the 5-year contract extension. It'll be effective January 1st, 2021. But normally, every year funds come from BIA for a calendar year. So the next annual funding agreement will be effective January 1st, 2022 to December 31st, 2022. So and so forth after next year. So this is somewhat as a master contract. It's a 5-year extension. So all the business units that we currently have, they expire at the end of this year, December 31st, 2021. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda.
Sorry. This is Michelle Gay from DOJ.
No, go ahead.
Provide some on the questions that were posed. Okay, like I said, this is Michelle Gay from DOJ. I work with 638 contracts. In regard to Vice Chair Smith's question regarding the difference between the documents on the contract and the annual funding agreement, the overall contract are the first few pages that are included. I believe it's about 10 pages. If you look at that pay section, where is it? B4 regarding funding amount, it makes it that the amount to be provided is going to be done under the annual funding agreement. So when we enter into these contracts, since the federal government doesn't do appropriations on like multiple year portions, they only do them every year. So that's an annual thing. That's why we have the annual funding agreements that state how much is going to be provided under the contract. So if you see under the main contract, there is that reference at B4 regarding the funding amount, which refers to the annual funding agreement. So the model contract, all the provisions under the model contract, those first 10, 11 pages are provisions that are required to be within a determination contract under the Indian Self-Determination and Education Assistance Act. And that's per 25 USC 5329. And for the annual funding agreement, the nation has a template for these, and we use the same form for all our our 638 contracts. And this is something that we have to keep consistent, especially when we have some issues in litigation. And this AFA template that you see has been used by the nation for several years since the nation has had the 638 contracts. Everything that's included with this AFA are provisions that were previously negotiated between the nation and the BAA to include laws and regulations that the nation wants to follow. So part of that is the page 11 that Vice Chair Smith referred to regarding Navajo preference, since that is something that the Navajo Nation Council did pass into law as part of the Navajo Nation Code. It does make reference to that within the AFA. You can see that there are other Navajo laws that are referenced in there that we have to follow because that is Navajo law. So we have to follow those under our contracts as well. I hope that answers the questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that response to the question. With that, back to you, Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments?
Chair Henry, this is Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Richard, and your agents, and also Honorable Freeland for bringing this legislation forth. My question goes to Department of Justice. I don't know if our legislative council's on board, but under page 11, under the I Navajo preference, is it too late to amend that? I know it's a Navajo Nation law, but like what I said earlier was we could possibly, with all that funding, we got $2 billion, and that $2 billion is a lot of money that we need to help, because housing is one of the issues that are out there. The 66 categories that are within the AR, American Rescue Plan Act fund that was given to the Navajo Nation. Not only folks that are looking for home site, but also veterans were concerned about that too. I attended a veterans meeting and they were saying, could that also be waived, the cost on behalf of getting a home site lease for veterans? Is that feasible? That's question number two. Question number one is the Navajo preference. I know that it's a Navajo Nation law and it's been passed by Navajo Nation Council, and it was back in 1988. And not to say exclude Navajo preference, don't get me wrong, keep Navajo preference in there, but they'd be the first tier. And if we can't get a hold of get any Navajo preference because of the flood request, then we could open the door for others. And I know that Historic Preservation does issue permits, and those permits that were explained or articulated really well by Mr. Richard Begay. They have A, B, C permits, and they're given to various contractors, I guess, or people that one is visitation, to be out there looking around. The other one is for the C is excavation and actually going into the construction of doing that work, because this is not going to only be for home site lease too. It'd be for like maybe water lines, maybe power lines, maybe other infrastructure too, if that's correct. And I'm going down that avenue because this is non-roads. Roads is different on behalf of that. So that's my question to DOJ, is that could this Navajo preference be amended to say there's a clause in there, or is it too late now that the president has signed it? He signed it, when was it? And it's ready for signature. He signed it August 11th, 2021. If we do amend this, does that mean we're not in compliance with Honorable Jonathan Nez's signature on that date? Because it says effective date, and it does have a clause in there on Q. Those are my questions, Chair Haney. Thank you.
Okay, Vice Chair Smith. This, Mr. Rudy Naya, are you still on the line with us? On Nation Department of Justice,
Chair Hinio, you have Michelle Begay on the line.
Michelle Begay.
Yes, Mr. Chair. As I stated earlier, the annual funding agreement that's before you is the same agreement we use for all 638 contracts. And since there is current litigation on some 638 matters, we have been advised not to make any changes or amendments to any of our AFAs until those matters have been resolved. So no, it's not recommended to make any amendments to any of the AFAs right now.
Okay, thank you for that short response. With that, back to Budget and Finance Committee and Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Chair Henio. I appreciate that. Quick, brief answer. Who's recommending not to do this? That's the question. Who is recommending? Is that the Department of Interior? That's not clear. Thank you. I'd like to know.
Okay, thank you for that. Follow up, Mr. Gay.
The recommendation not to make any changes was from our outside counsel who's assisting the nation on some of this litigation that's going on.
Okay, thank you for that response. Back to the committee, Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments?
I'm not a member. This is Eugene So. Can I ask a question?
Hold on. Any further questions, comments, committee members?
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Crotty with a question.
Delegate Emma Crotty.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, committee members and Delegate Eugene. So, Chair, I wanted to ask in terms of understanding the litigation strategy, does this contract reflect the best interests of Navajo Nation, or is the committee and the council being asked to approve 638 contract language that's in litigation? So I just need to make sure when we're passing this language, is it the language that is being questioned in the court, or is it language that has been developed on the Navajo Nation's best interest? Thank you, Chair.
For that question. And before I defer back to Navajo Nation Department of Justice, Delegate Eugene So. Delegate Eugene So.
Okay. Can you hear me now, sir? Question show. What non-civil getting sent that card. I have to add all language. That and those are some of the issues that are in concern that we need to revisit some of these 6-8 contract. Order in David non-civil. That's how it is. The these are the young citizens. But some of these contracts don't coincide with the way we live on the Navajo Nation, how people are on the Navajo Nation. It's on it. What across the United States, all Indians. 638 actually started investment. So we need to sit down and look at these contracts, the languages in there. So this is really needs to be a concern that needs to be addressed. The other thing, we gave these reports to the homesite list. I have given my argument to government development at D. We're trying to get that back. Dana was trying to get it back. Regards to that homesite lease, the way I understood it, regards to the Robert Rules of Order, is that it's out of order because it conflicts with the CFR.
on 167, section 167, arguing that also conflicts with Title 3 Navajo Nation Code 871, which is Sadashachai, also conflicts with the Title 1. And what I got questions take on a conflict. But so to me, the way I understand the Robert Rules of Orders, if it conflicts, a legislation or bill that if it conflicts with outside or any federal or state or county or local or municipal laws, then it's out of order. So the way I wanted to address this Navajo homicide lease is out of order, and to put a legislation forward with regards to that. What over Casey to all aid, because I found out the vote was 3-3. And the resource committee, or not still. So the chair, George Arthur, went with the favor. So it needs to be readdressed. It is that's really concerned, because it odds across the whole nation affect me, especially right now. About Hazania. Thank you. Thank
you. With that, back to Ms. Michelle Begay.
Thank you, Chair. In regard to Delegate Crowdy's question, I'm not sure that I understand her question. Maybe she can rephrase it. I believe it was something about whether or not the agreement before you is in the best interest of the nation. Would you mind restating the question again? I'm sorry.
Mr. Gay, the question was the litigation that you're referencing. What is the litigation regarding? Is it the litigation in the best interest of the nation, or is it regarding the language that's part of the litigation that's being questioned? And so how would this correction be made in the best interest of the nation, or what's happening on without really getting into the details, just I guess a high level overview of what is the litigation that you're referencing?
Okay. The litigation that I referenced is not directly regarding the language that has been questioned today, but it's, as I stated, the annual funding agreement has been in use by the nation for its 638 contracts for many years. It wasn't until more recently, when there was changes within the BIA office, the people who are employed there, their questioning of some of the language, and that's what led to the litigation. So that's still currently going on. If you know, the federal litigation usually takes years. So that's what's happening. And since that started a couple of years ago, our outside counsel who is working on that has recommended that we not make any changes at all until those matters are resolved.
Thank you for that response. Back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments?
Chair Hanio, this is Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you for enlightening us on the certain issue that's going on. How does that affect other 630 contract? Because we just passed 2 with a consent, and that's basically a 638. Does that affect all 638 we're talking about? Or does it just affect this 638? Because the next one in line is another 638, and the other one on the safety of dams is another 638. So these are in line of self-determination. What we're talking about is the contract and the scope of work and things of that nature, does that include all 638? Because we have public safety too. There's 3 of them. I forget. I think it's education, public safety, and there was another one. I think it was roads. That's NDOT. So NDOT's also included in this. That's my question. Eugenio, thank you.
Back to Ms. Michelle Begay.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I believe I stated before that we use the same agreement templates for all the 638 contracts. So in that sense, yes, it does affect them all, but the language within the AFA that I guess is being in question does not affect the actual work that is being done by the programs under the contracts.
Okay, thank you for that response. Back to the committee, Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments? If not, I'll call for the question to accept this to legislation and move it on to Navajo. If there are no further questions or comments.
Chair Henio, I got one last question that I was
Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Chair Henio. The question I posed wasn't answered. Was veterans are asking if they could be waived on certain fees for home site lease. Is that possible? I know it's not dealing with the 638 contract, but in-house there is a cost regarding veterans, and that was posed the meeting that I had here Sunday. They were asking, could that be entertained later on? That's my question on behalf of that, since we have Mr. Richard Begay on board and his staff too. Thank you.
Delegate Mark Freeland to the 3 agents, a response.
Okay, Shanta, Honorable Raymond Smith, Vice Chair Gia. I'm going to go ahead and defer that to Mr. Begay. Richard?
Regarding home site fees, I guess I'm not quite understanding what fees we're talking about. The home site lease office, the home site section under Navajo Land Department does charge a fee for home sites, to issue home sites, I believe. And I don't have any authority to waive those fees. Now, again, when we do compliance review here, we do not charge a fee for compliance review. All of the work we do is covered through the 638 or general fund money, so we don't charge a fee to review reports. Now, again, we do charge a permit fee for contractors to work on the Navajo Nation. So let me clarify that a little bit more. When a contractor wants to work on the Navajo Nation, we request their credentials, a list of people who are going to work, and based on that information, we issue what we call an annual permit. And those are issued the first month of the year. So in January, we issue all of the permits to those 41 companies that I talked about earlier. Now, and again, the reason for that is to make sure that the people who they have on their list are qualified and that we're satisfied with the quality of work that they've done in the past, mostly because we expect their work to be professional, and we want to make sure that the people that they're providing services to will be happy with their work. Now, once they receive that annual permit, then they apply for a project-specific permit. And those are based on percentage fees. So for home sites up to, I believe, $999, we charge a $50 fee to the contractor. Now, what that contractor then does is then they, like, I guess, like any other business, they pass that fee on to the people that they contract with. So in a sense, everybody who is getting an archaeological survey done by their contractor, they will include, they will pay that fee, that permit fee that is charged by their contractor. That may be a little messy way of saying it, but basically the contract fees, the permit fees that we charge for a project specific permits are often passed on to the customer. And again, we don't have any, we try not to get involved in the financial arrangements between people who are contracting and the people who provide the services. So I hope that clarifies that. But again, typically a home site permit fee is $50. And again, all of those permit fees are deposited into the general fund. We typically gather about $65,000 to about $75,000 a year permit fees. And again, those are deposited into the general fund. But also, let me make it clear that the 638 contract has very little to do with the permitting issue. The permitting is done under the Navajo Nation Cultural Resources Protection Act. And that's a Navajo Nation requirement. And the work that we do under the 638 contract is basically all compliance. And we do not charge a fee for doing the compliance. I hope that clarifies, Chair.
Thank you for that response. With this, back to the committee, Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments? Denali, I'll call for the question to accept the resolution. Ramona, if you would lead us in a roll call vote.
Sure, Chairman, roll call vote. On legislation 0175-21, Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty, how do you vote?
Shada, this is Delegate Amber Kenneth-Crotty, and I'll vote red. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 1 opposing, chairman not voting. Chairman?
Thank you, now for that roll call vote. Legislation 175-21 receives a due pass. 3 in favor, 1 opposed, chair not voting. Let's move to the next legislation on the agenda, which is 194-21. Peggy, if you read that into the record for us, please.
Thank you. Sorry, thanks. Yeah. Chair Henio, for the last vote, it was 4-1. 4 in favor, 1 opposed. That's the vote.
Okay, thank you.
Oh. Okay, the next legislation is 0194-21.
Hi, Chair Henio. This is Delegate Crotty. Are you able to hear me? I called a point of privilege.
Oh, no, I didn't hear you. What's your point of privilege?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Henio. If my point of privilege is, I didn't hear all of the legislative updates, the litigation updates, because it conflicted with our schedule. If I could request Department of Justice to provide the summary of the litigation on the 638, that would be helpful for these future discussions. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that. We'll make a note of it, Peggy, and send an email to Ms. Doreen McFall Navajo Nation Attorney General for that request. Thank you. Go ahead and continue with your reading.
Thank you, Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. With the next item before you is legislation number 0194. This is a proposed standing committee resolution assigned to Resources and Development Fence, Budget and Finance Committee, Fence, Nabikia Committee. 24th Navajo Nation Council, 3rd year 2021, introduced by Wilson C. Stewart Jr., co-sponsored by Mark Freeland, Council Delegates, tracking number 0194-21. An action relating to Resources and Development, Budget and Finance and Nabikia Committees approving and authorizing a contract between the Navajo Nation and the United States Department of the Interior under 25 USC 5301 at SEC PL 93638 as amended for a 3-year term for the Housing Improvement Program, approving and authorizing the fiscal year annual funding agreement and scope of work for the period of the contract term. And this has been electronically read into the record. All the exhibits that are referenced in the legislation are there. And then no comments from the Internet Public Review. Excuse me. Then the Resources and Development Committee has a due pass with no amendment, and the vote tally sheet is also attached, Chair.
Thank you enough for that reading. With that, is there a motion to accept resolution 194-21?
Yellowhair motion?
Motion by Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. Is there a second?
Delegate Elmer Pibigay.
And Elmer P. Gay, second. So we do have a motion and a second. With this, we do have a response to Delegate Wilson Jr. You have the floor to introduce your legislation to the committee.
Oh, yeah, Shania, Chairman Pinio, Aaron, the Vice Chair Smith, Aaron, the committee members, and Otanigi, Shamaya Doshana, Kadoshana, and Otanigita, the Budget and Finance Committee, given Nachigi Aya, the legislation 0194-21, that's from the Division of Community Development. It's a renewal for a 3-year term for housing improvement program. My agent, that's Dr. Pearl Yellowman, auto into Mr. Patrick Delguy. Outland, baby, this Katano so Shatna King, Lidano so outlet number dish, Sanigi, Widish, also election 9, Chairman Hinio, out each at the holiday this afternoon. Though he had none of the Budget and Finance Committee members on Ofanigi. Though Shamamas not kai.
Chair Hinio, Delegate Yellowhair had his hand up.
With this, Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr., does that complete your presentation?
Oh, just to, like I said, make sure that Mr. Delga, I don't yet because when he's to Dr. Yellowman, she is to consortium. Oh,
Christina, with that, we do have a motion and a second. Though I case then back to the committee, Budget and Finance Committee for questions. I believe Delegate Jimmy here. Do you have a question? Any questions, Budget and Finance Committee members?
Chair Henio, this is Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Henio, and Budget and Finance Committee members and those that are listening. For bringing this legislation forth. This legislation is for a 3-year term for housing improvement program. does that mean is it to improve their housing or based off of this contract? I don't know if Dr. Yellowman's listening in, but how does this work through? Because we have NHA and then we have veterans housing that's been passed, the policy. So how does this work hand in hand? This is a 638 contract for the housing improvement program, and how does this fit the legislation? And then I'll have a couple more questions after that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that question. I believe we do have Mr. Delgay on the line. Mr. Delgay?
Hello, Chair, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, Yate Nan, my name is Patrick Delgay. I'm the Department Manager for Community Housing Infrastructure Department, which also oversees the Housing Improvement Program. And Yate Nan, committee members, BNF, and all the listeners listening this meeting. To Delegate Vice Chair Smith question, I'll go ahead and answer to that. And the Housing Improvement Program is a program that has been in operation for many years. Before I came on board, they were at that time Housing Services Department. And so they've been receiving allocations, annual allocations through the BIA 93-638 funding, regular funding. And so the nation has took the initiative to provide housing, new housing construction and renovation. There are three categories that are considered based on the condition and the feasibility of the home, which are conducted by assessments by the Housing Improvement Program when they receive housing applications every year. They start accepting housing applications from January to the end of September 30. So once applications are received, they are reviewed and potential applicants are considered, and home assessments are completed, and that's when the type of work will be determined, whether it'll be renovation to improve the living standard conditions for the homeowners, or if a new housing construction will be needed. So that's what the Housing Improvement Program provides as far as services. And so, Shanant, hopefully that answers Mr. Delegate Smith, Vice Chair's answer. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that response. With that, back to the committee, Budget Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments? Chair Haney, this is Vice Chair Smith. Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor. Thank you again to Chair Henio and committee members. Thank you, Mr. Delgay. I was looking at page 3 of the contract, housing improvement, and this is for January 2022 to December of next year. Yeah. Page number 3 caught my attention,
it talks about program budget and funding. And you mentioned that there's funding available for renovation, new housing. This is a 638 program, and how efficient is this? Is this really getting houses out to some people that need houses? In the areas of the chapter, there's some folks that don't even have a place called home. They've got, they call it flat sheets to cover pallet type house, and they're really in need of a house. How do you categorize them? Get a home, because these folks are on limited income or no income or a fixed income, and they're struggling. But it seems like there's no help for them, and they're looking towards that American Rescue Plan Act funding. And they've been coming to the chapter asking to be put on the housing discretionary. Of course, the housing discretionary is just a few dollars just to maybe put a window in, a door in, or to fix the roof. But these folks that do really need a house, they're in a position because winter's coming up, and they went through winter like that. So how does this 638, is it based off of the numbers of families that really need housing throughout the Navajo Nation, 110 chapters, and are those figures given to the U.S. Department of Interior, because that's where we're going to be contracting out? And how much money is appropriated on this? Those are my questions. Thank you, Chair Henia.
Chairman, this is Delegate Yellowhair.
Question, Vice Chair Smith, defer now to Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. Your question?
Oh, yeah, then honest to the chairman, though, was chairman said, my call is being a committee. So it's not fungi. Yesterday, I was over at the Whippoorwill chapter meeting, planning meeting. There's a lady that's elderly, was speaking on behalf of her husband. He's 80 years old and talking about house improvements. What she requested was a addition, bathroom addition. Okay. He does but that legislations 0194-21. I say, but now it does job on what's the name? We need bathroom addition. The housing improvement program. I think this is very important to legitimate request by our constituents. I only speak based on my community up there. To the chairman, thank you very much.
Okay, for your question, Delegate Jimmy over here. With that, I'll defer back to Mr. Delgado. Response to the question.
Okay, Yatenan, Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, again.
Okay. Yatenan, answer Delegate Vice Chair Smith's question on the efficiency of the program and the I guess the outputs of the program. The HIT program has been receiving allocations annually, averaging about 1 to 1.1 million. And previous recent two allocations, we had an increase to 1.4 million. And so there has been progress. Homes are being built. There's actually 3 ongoing at this moment, and we've been completing new housing construction. In one renovation we've completed out in Tohatchi area, Otto. We have another one out in Mariano Lake, Otto, one in Indian Wells, and we have other applicants also going to be receiving new housing construction. One completion out in Chinle area. So this program has been providing new housing construction, and the program has been successful in completing these constructions, especially through what we went through last year during the pandemic. Navajo Nation shut down. The construction crew were fear of coming back to work, but they've considered and they wanted to assist these families and get these homes built. So also during the shutdown, homes were in construction and they were being built and completed. And so the housing improvement program funding allocation is not a whole lot. Like I said, we get average around 1.1 million, which is about enough to construct around 7 to 8 homes annually. And so we've been meeting that quota yearly, and but due to some delays, which were out of the control of the program, we have requested some guidance on extensions for these funding allocations. So due to COVID and limited services within the Navajo Nation government. So to answer Delegate Vice Chair Smith's question, hopefully that answered his question. Otto, Delegate Yellowhair, for his chapters in his area, I don't know if it was a question regarding bathroom addition to be considered under a housing improvement program. The housing improvement program basically is to conduct renovation, whether it would be interior bathroom renovations. That's a possible activity. Then also new bathroom additions itself, extending to the existing home, I believe is not a eligible activity to do bathroom additions under this program, but it can be considered under other Navajo Nation departments or programs. So that to answer Delegate Yellowhair's question. So that's it. Yeah. Thank you, Chair.
Appreciate you enough for your response, Mr. Delgado. Back to the committee, Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments?
Chair, this Delegate.
Delegate, I'm going to be the gay, but you have the floor.
Chair, Chair Henio around Budget and Finance Committee. Around Mr. Delgado, Patrick, and then all and the people that are on the line. The contract for housing, 3-year housing improvement program. I call it a contract between Navajo Nation and the U.S. Department of Interior. I know that I'm trying to look at it. If this contract renewed, it doesn't. Is there any amount that's been increased it because of the COVID? Because you know that the increase of material is really high. So, is that 1.3 million it's probably gonna be double right now, the way the materials are. I call each amount. Is it gonna be changing the contract with the Navajo Nation? That's the number one. How can I get regarding I know that every year is another 8 because I don't know. I had a constituents. I see the year. I would say that he was not really young person, but he was about older than me a little bit. But I consider myself as young. But he was considered disabled. So he applied it with this. I encouraged him to do that. So I brought all that required documents for the finance HIT program. But I don't know. It's too political. People that are working there already said that is he a delegate? No, but when that happened, he brought it at that time. I think 2013 or 14, 2013, I think that time wasn't your program didn't get funded. So it didn't happen. So the letter was given back to him that there was no funds or any allocation in the United States didn't make that knowledge in that area. So out of that, you have to renew your application now. So he did submit it again. I don't know why they can't find it. So he out of home the starter, but he was very frustrated. He didn't want to, but he just got a new home, straight up on his knees. But during that time, he said that it's financing is a lot. But I can't. Other said that I really can't do anything because we really want this power line. So they told me that my home was too old, so I had to buy something that's upgraded. I understand. No, so he but one time he told me that it's good that I'm getting a new power line, but financing is too high. So they know that it's kind of really he had a heart problem. So that not so right out after about down several months later that he passed because of heart attack. People who have hope, but critical papers just get lost and when it gets political and things like that, which and I don't know how we could control that. Your office hanging later. I know. Okay, I can mention some names, but I don't want to do that. But things like sometimes I think about it. That person was really essential to us. Depended on him. So what's that? So it's just something that I wanted to mention this. But not yet when that happened several years ago. We try to advocate for this program, but when it comes down to that who's going to get funded and things like that, so I don't know how to control it. I don't know what to do with it, but it's just something that I wanted to mention that from your office. I guess you need to look into that part of it. I don't know that is it the contract? Is it going to be right now the prices are high? Is it the contract? We can do that. Are increasing the contract amount for construction funds? There's been a question. Anyway, thank you.
See enough for those questions. So back to Mr. Delgado regarding price increases.
Delegate Yellow here. No, Delegate Jimmy O'Hare, you have the floor.
Okay, Chad and Anna, thank you very much. While we're on it, I'd like to, this information that I already shared with the Dr. Yellowman a year ago. There was two elderly there together as man and husband, and they're building their own house. And meanwhile, they live in the shade house. They survive. They're putting their house from the foundations to the top. And I bring this to Dr. Yellowman's attention to get some assistance somehow to get this house more improvement needs to be made. I just seen the house. There's nothing on cover right now. It's just a wafer board just cover right now, and also the roofing repairs are failing, and they need help. And I'd like to bring this while Mr. Delco is on the line too. Her name is Jim Bitts. His name is Jim Bitts, and I don't know his wife, but Dr. Yellowman knows all about his histories, and this is what I need help for my constituents out there, do their own things and helping themselves. And Mr. Delco, wish you share this with Dr. Yellowman to home improvement. I think this is maybe eligible to use the money to home improvements. That house needs to be evaluated. Request from me to Dr. Yellowman, so one of his crew can go up there. And they went there, but I haven't heard nothing yet after that. So these are very important. This is an NPL area. Yon NPL fund budget kira. I see your kira ni tahli kuj NPL dena. But I just buy just kill federal funds ineligible honey. Eva honey so state or this so the chairman Aro Nana Satnani ya Dida Dina Hida Hawantati in NPL. She was promised to get this trailer mobile home to be settled up there in her site. Then Arabaliara. This information also brought back to Dr. Yellowman. I don't know what's the status on. There's nothing for these NPL. There's no assistance from our own fund, Navajo Nation funds. Thank you for the time. So to the chairman here, so Anito is not Anito here, but Jensen, Aroi Baba, Baba, Bayaki, Antoti, Nayaki, Tiki, on behalf of my community. I was bringing this forth information. Yeah, on the chairman. Yeah, thank you.
Machine, thank you for those comments. Back to Mr. Delguy, response.
Yate Nan, Chair, Vice Chair, Delegate Smith. Question coming from Delegate Begay regarding increased amount within these contracts. 2019 contract, 2019 funding, we received about $1 million. And 2020 and 21, there was an increase of about 400 to 450,000. So there has been an increase in funding for 2021, and I believe that is possibly something to do with this COVID pandemic. And but the funding that we are anticipating for FY22, we have not received the amount yet, but whenever it does become available, we're hoping to get a little more than the past two funding rounds of 1.4. So right now, but there was an increase since 2019 of about 400,000. To the clients that you've mentioned, Delegate Begay, the program reviews all applications incoming applications on a point system. And so points that are high on these applications, clients are considered for funding, and those applicants are submitted to BIA, Navajo Regional Office, for their review and their approval on these applicants. And so since the time I've been there, I've had the opportunity to work with a previous program manager, and which is no longer with the program now, but the evaluations are carefully done, and we like to have these applications to, I guess, avoid any political favoritism, even with the ICDBG program. We follow all the required guidelines and requirements under within the CFR's regulations with these federal programs, and to try to assist applicants. We want to be fair with all applications, all incoming applications from all 110 chapters, and with the process of applicants not being considered for funding, we request that these applicants reapply either a year or every 2 years to update their information and to keep applying, and possibly have them considered for the next funding cycle. And so this the message and the information we relay to the homeowners. And question from Delegate Yellow Hair. We have worked and communicated with the Bitt family, the family that you mentioned. My staff have gone out there to conduct an assessment to determine type of materials that were still needed to finish out the home. And so with the available budget I had, I was able to purchase some materials for the family, and also electrical materials, and but we delivered the materials to the home. So right now I'm working on manpower to work on these homes that did receive some materials, and so I'm working with some of my programs here to see if I could send some manpower out there to assist in doing the construction for these families. And we continue to provide that service. Either we can assist with purchasing materials or conducting some assistance through manpower through my Community Housing Infrastructure Department budget, my internal budget here. The Housing Improvement Program, their personnel, their construction crew are working just mainly on HIT projects. And so I try to assist other community members within the chapters with some assistance under my department. So, but we were able to help that family out in I believe it was Whippoorwill area. So to answer the question, Delegate Yellowhair's question, so I'll quit it here. Thank you.
Chair Henry, put me in the queue, Vice Chair Smith. Okay. With this, back to the committee.
Follow up, Yellowhair.
Follow up. So Delegate Jimmy O'Hare, follow up. I was trying to unmute myself.
Thank you, Cecilia. Chairman Henio, Thank you, Mr. Delgay, for your response that pertains to Mr. Pitt family. Thank you very much. I also follow up what your statement on this data had. But one other area was not questions answer me. That was a house that was burned down to. And her name is Lena Benali. That was before President Begay and President Naz at the time. At this time, it's about 5 years ago now. So this information that I also have documents in Dr. Yellowman's information. That's where that we also need to be checked, Mr. Dalgay. Yes, sir. Corona, this get all your response is appreciated. Thank you. But yes, thank you.
Chair Henry,
Vice-
Dr. Yellowman on the line.
Vice Chair Smith? Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor. Well, thank you, Chair Henyo and Budget Finance Committee members. Thank you, Mr. Delgay. Question is, a lot of our folks, they have either no house or they have a house. But if they do have a house and there's no insurance for these houses, how does housing improvement deal with that? Like if you build a house for them and then then they're out of the house again. Is there any way that you could solicit so that they would have insurance for a house that was lost because of fire? And how does that help with the people that do have a burnout situation? Because winter's coming and winter is approaching, and a lot of folks use wood stoves, and not wishing anything bad, but there's always a potential of a house catching on fire and then they're out without a home. Is there a safety mechanism for folks that are in that certain criteria? Because we do request NHA to help out, and they'll help out for a time period, but then again, they're only limited to staying at the NHA housing for a certain time period, and then they're required to find other sources to get a permanent structure or home. And also the last question too is, do you purchase modular places for folks that need a home right away? There's modular homes out there that are already prefabbed. I'm not talking about mobile homes, but modular, kind of like Southwest Indian Foundation, where they have the foundation and they go out there and they have the building put up for 1, 2, 3 bedroom houses. Is that also something that could be looked into for folks that need houses right away? Thank you, Chair Henio. Those are my questions. Okay, thank you, Vice Chair Smith. Back to Mr. Delgay.
Okay, hello, non-chair. I'll answer Delegate Yellow Hair's question. Considering the burnout for Lena Benali, if I could get the location of her home, and then also which chapter she's with, I can look into see if she's submitted a housing assistance application, and we're considering burnout as priority under my department for housing assistance. So if I can get that information, Shonda Delegate Yellow Hair, I can assist with that. Otto, going to Delegate Smith, question for insurance purposes, and the question is housing improvement program provides or can address that. Right now, currently, once a home is built, we have a 1-year warranty on the home and what's also inside the home. But what we don't cover is the appliances. Appliances don't come with the home. We leave that up to the homeowner on their particular style. And so, but for the structure itself, we have up to a 1-year warranty on the structure. But to provide some insurance, we would have to leave that up to the homeowner to seek some home insurance. And then I know insurance could be financially high, especially if you have a wood stove inside your home. So, but insurances do cover those type of situations. If you have a home with a wood burning stove, so some homes are built with the housing improvement program does provide also a wood burning stove, and they provide the specifications. They're built within the specifications, and we educate the homeowners once construction is complete, and what is needed and what they need maintenance and what they need to take care of once the structures are complete, and they sign off on the certificates for their home ownership. So auto modular homes, we have considered modular homes. We're actually looking at that to possibly assist with some of the ARPA funds, just based off of the amounts. We're looking at getting some quotes from different vendors within New Mexico and Arizona, and so we are considering those to get these homes provided to these clients, and we're thinking of using that through the BIA program, also through the housing improvement program. So it is an eligible structure under the HIT program. It's all provided in the scope of work in their application or the contract. So to hopefully answers Smith's question, Delegate Smith. Yeah, thank you.
Back to the Budget Finance Committee. Be mindful also this 2 o'clock already, and we do have other legislations that we still have to consider. So, any further questions or comments?
Chair Henyo, just letting you know, this is Ms. Yellowman. I'm on the line.
I understand. I heard you before. With that, committee members, any further questions or comments?
Chairman Henyo, this is Delegate Crowdy with the question.
Shanda, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chairman, committee members, and the sponsor. I appreciate the questions from the committee members, and so I hope that we could have future conversations on providing the housing needs of our Navajo Nation people. And so I would request, do you have a policy position on how you advocate for additional funding through our federal partners? Where does the program play a part in the overall plan to provide safe homes for our community members? And then, since we just finished a budget season with our general funds, give me insight in terms of how the program then budgets this funding that is provided to the federal government. So is this a program where you receive reimbursement, or when do you anticipate those annual allocations? And I think it would be important for the oversight and budget and finance to start drilling down on these federal 638 programs so that they're meeting the needs of our people and part of the solutions. Thank you, Chair, committee members.
Christina Cadlock for those comments and questions. Any further questions, comments, committee members?
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Yellowhair, follow up.
Delegate Yellowhair, if you have an individual question on individual families, I suggest that you contact Mr. Dalgai personally through an email so he can provide individualized answers for you. But if it's a question regarding the overall contract, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chairman Henio. Thank you for your concern. This is up to me. I would like to say thanks to Mr. Dalgai. Your request, I'll work with you, Mr. Dalgai. Yeah, yes, it's a Chairman. Thank you very much, Chairman.
For your gratitude to Mr. Dalgai. With that, Mr. Dalgai, if you would provide a response, please.
Chair. Just quickly, a comment to Delegate Yellowhair. Yes, thank you. Also for your questions and your comments, and look forward to working with you on some of your community members. To Delegate Crotty, her question on advocating for funding. Funding allocations under the Housing Improvement Program is somewhat unpredictable, just depending on the formula allocation that they utilize. And right now, that's based off of our population with the Navajo Nation, and then also the need for housing based off of the individual, for elderly, disabled, and homeless or dilapidated homes. And so these budgets are prepared once the funds become available. Our Housing Improvement Program creates the budget or according to what's the amount allocated. And these funds are not reimbursable. The funds are transferred to the nation, and from there they are drawn down for construction materials and for administration. So advocating from leadership is recommended, and we appreciate any involvement from our leadership to advocate for additional funding for the nation under this program. And so hopefully that answers Delegate Crotty's question he had. Chair, thank you.
Again, Mr. Delgado, for your response. Back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments regarding 194-21? Then I move forward to call for the question to accept this legislation and move it on to there are no further questions and comments. Ramona, if you would lead us in a roll call vote.
Sure, Chairman Henyo, roll call vote for legislation. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bockrati, how do you vote?
Shadow Delegate Amber Kenneth-Bockrati, I'll vote red. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bockrati votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 1 opposing, chairman not voting. Chairman?
Christine Catalan for that roll call vote. We do have due pass 4 in favor, 1 opposed, chair not voting. So 194-200 goes on to Navajo. Okay, with this, our next legislation is 197-21. Peggy, if you would read that legislation into the record for us, please.
Thank you, Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. This is a proposed standing committee resolution, Resources and Development Committee, thence Budget and Finance Committee, thence Navajo Committee, 24th Navigation Council, 3rd year, 2021, introduced by Otto So, sponsor. Tracking number 0197-21, an action relating to Resources and Development, Budget and Finance, and Navajo Committees approving and authorizing a contract between the Navajo Nation and the United States Department of the Interior under 25 USC 5301 at SEEK PL 93-638 as amended for a 3-year term beginning January 1, 2022 and ending December 31, 2024 for the Safety of Dams program, approving and authorizing the fiscal year annual funding agreement and scope of work for the period of the contract term. And this has all of the exhibits that are referenced in the legislation are there. And then the Internet Public Review has no comments on the first report. Resources and Development Committee has a due pass, no amendment, and a vote tally sheet. Chair.
Chairman. Thank you for that reading. Do we have a sponsor, Dr. Odoso, on the line with us? Delegate Odoso? Okay. So Delegate Otis, second. Delegate Otis, third and final call. Sponsor. With that, let's move forward. I believe 121.
Chair Henio, you're cutting out. Do we go to the next legislation then, or I couldn't understand what you said?
Yes, can you hear me?
Just now I can, but the other times it was choppy.
Do one more call for Delegate Odoso. Delegate Odoso, are you on the call? Delegate Otoso. Tanita. So with that, Peggy, next legislation, please.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. The next legislation is 0128-21. Proposed Navajo Nation Council resolution assigned to Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, then Budget and Finance Committee, then Navajo Committee, then Navajo Nation Council. 24th Navajo Nation Council, 3rd year, 2021, introduced by, I believe that's Pernell Halona, Council Delegate. Prime sponsor tracking number 0128-21, an act relating to health education and human services, budget and finance, and the yet to get committees and the Navajo Nation Council approving $258,512 in supplemental funding out of the nation's unreserved undesignated fund balance for the Tohatchee area of opportunity and services for the Tohatchee area of opportunity and services incorporated to provide transportation services for its clients. And this has been electronically read into the record. All of the exhibits are contained, attached to the document. No comment. Oh, one comment in support from Melinda Golden that's attached from the Internet Public Review document. And the Health Education and Human Services Committee has an amendment, one amendment. Number 1 on page 4, lines 9 through 10, and line 11 on page 5, lines 2 to 3, after the word the, delete Division of Community Development and insert Division of Social Services. Number 2 on page 5, line 1, after section, delete 7 and insert 6. 3, renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraph sections and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel will, with notice to the sponsors of the legislation, are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation as necessary and appropriate to correct grammatical and or scrivener's errors, to correct numerical errors, so long as such edits effectuate the committee's intent in approving this legislation. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment, and thence referred to the Budget and Finance Committee. The vote tally sheet is also attached. Chair.
I'll shake you along for that reading. Sponsor of legislation is Shenandoah. Delegate Pernell Halona, are you on the call?
Good afternoon, sir. This is Delegate Pernell Halona. Yes, sir. I'm on the call.
Here you go. Thank you for that. So back this to the Shenandoah Budget and Finance Committee. Is there a motion?
Motion, Delegate Crotty.
Motion, Shenandoah Delegate Amber Crotty. Is there a second?
Yellow hair, Chairman.
Shenandoah Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. We do have a motion and second. With that, so Shenandoah Delegate Pernell Halona, you have the floor to introduce your legislation to the Budget and Finance Committee.
Well, thank you, Henio. I appreciate it. And all the members of the Budget and Finance Committee, good afternoon. And I hope you're all doing well today. This legislation was brought to us before, back in 2020, I believe it was. And so I'm reintroducing this legislation again. The problem that happened the first round, it was vetoed because the paperwork was done incorrect, and then further analysis showed that paperwork was the wrong paperwork. It was sent across from the OLC, or I'm sorry, OLS. And so at that point, the president had already vetoed it, and so he went ahead and he went ahead and instructed us to go ahead and resubmit this legislation. And hopefully he'll support it again if it goes through the system. And it's for the vehicles, it's for the special needs individuals that clients at the House organization take care of. And it's pretty much to get them in to help them look for jobs, to take them around to work at their jobs, or when they find a job to go to work, if they're working, and a lot of it has to do with taking them to their doctor appointments. And special needs individuals, their doctor appointments sometimes they have a lot traveled to Albuquerque and as well to Phoenix metropolitan area to get their treatments. Since the last time we were introduced to legislation, House has had 3, maybe 4, I know it's 3 for sure, vehicles that the engine has went out because they had an exorbitant amount of mileage on them. And so right now those vehicles are down and their fleet is growing smaller as we speak. So we're in trying to help these people here to be able to get their clients around. And this house is tied with social services. That's where all the clients come from the social services they're referred to from Department of Social Services. And some of these clients have been living there with Taos for over 15, 20 years, I imagine, because of the special needs. I think I would like to get my agent on, if she's on the line right now, and let her explain a little bit more, and then we'll be up for the questions. Jen, hello, are you online? Jen Hello from Taos, are you online? If you're online, you might want to try to press *6. Okay, Doug, anyway, I just see that we have some technical difficulties on that side. And that will be the end of my presentation at this moment, at this time. Thank you. Chairman.
Delegate Halona. With this, committee members, there is a motion and a second. Our presentation is concluded, so therefore, the floor is open for questions. Any questions, comments for the sponsor and the legislation?
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Crotty with the question.
You have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Henio and Delegate Halona for this legislation. I had some technical issues right when you were explaining how this legislation, so council approved this last year and it was line item vetoed by the president. So what is different in terms of now moving forward that you can speak to the legislation, like what page or what language was changed? My concern is I'll continue to argue that I feel the line item vetoes are being abused, and I appreciate you submitting this request. And I'm also concerned in terms of if the funding was made available, then we could be improving the lives of our relatives rather than spending time renegotiating this. I mean, I want to state directly for the record, I understand that gives more power to the president and there's an imbalance of power. And I would ask and continue to ask delegates to reconsider or look to alternative ways on how we address line item vetoes, because then delegates then have to serve at the mercy of the president rather than the people that they serve. So I'd like to be really clear on how this legislation, how it addressed those line item vetoes. I'd appreciate that. Thank you, Delegate Halona and committee members.
Appreciate you, for your question. Delegate Halona, your response, please.
Thank you, Chairman Henio. And Delegate Karate, thank you, and for your concern. I appreciate it, and your question as well. when I start this legislation, and like any other legislation gets created, there are usually one or two different versions that are put together. And when it went over to get the finalization, after we passed it through council, during that time when I was running it through council, I had to change a bunch of, I had to do some amendments to the legislation. And so when it went over to the Office of Legislative Services, and at the time, Mr. Patero was running the office there, he had several versions of the same legislation. And without contacting me to make sure I had the right version to submit to the executive department there, he went ahead and submitted the legislation, but it was not the final draft in which we made the amendments from in the last during council session. And so the paperwork was not complete when it went to the president's office. And when he called me and notified me that there was some information missing, at that time I had notified him and told him that you obviously have the wrong information. You have the wrong package, is what I remember talking to him. It was on a Sunday afternoon, and I was already halfway to Albuquerque for another meeting on Monday morning, so I couldn't turn around and go back to Winrock. So I just agreed with him to go ahead and let it pass through, and that I would go ahead and run the same legislation back through again, but with all the correct materials that need to accompany it. And so this is where I am running this package through again, but I'm not duplicating anything along the way. So I don't want the same thing to happen as it did the first round when it went through the Office of Legislative Services. I hope that answers most of your question there, Doug Fry, because I went through several times with the council, the council to get it corrected. And this is the final version. And like I said again, this is the only version this time that I'm running through. Thank you, Karate and Chairman. And you?
Thank you, Senator Delegate Colonna. Response. Back to Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments? If there are no further questions or comments, call for the question. I'll call for the questions. Committee members. Ramona, if you would lead us on a roll call vote. Ramona, are you there? Ramona, are you there? Peggy, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, and I can do the roll call vote.
Okay, please proceed. Go ahead, Peggy.
Okay, the roll call vote. This is the roll call. God, I can't even speak. This is the roll call vote for legislation number 0128-21. Vice Chair Smith, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Vice Chair Smith votes green. Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Delegate Crotty, how do you vote? Shadeja?
This is Delegate Amber Cannon-Crotty. I'll vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Delegate Crotty votes green. Shiaz Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Yeah, Teshima. Delegate Brown will vote green. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Delegate Brown votes green. Shajah Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
So I'll vote green, Dolly.
Yeah, thank you. Shajah Elmer P. Begay votes green. So Chair Henio, you have 5 members voting in favor of the legislation 0128-21.
Christine Caroline, the legislation receives a due pass that moves on forward. 5 in favor, 0 opposed. With this next legislation, 190-21, do we have Speaker Damon on the line? Shananda, Speaker Damon, are you on the line?
*6 to unmute.
First call, Speaker Damon. Second call, Shananda, Speaker Damon. Third and final call, Speaker Damon, are you on the line with us?
Hello, Chairman?
Chairman,
Speaker Damon?
Speaker Damon is calling in. He's having technical difficulties. Can you give us about 30 seconds?
Chairman Henio, this is Melinda.
Peggy, if you would read 190-21 into the record while Speaker Damon calls in.
Okay, Chair Henio. Delegate Otto So was on the call, and his call dropped just as you are calling him for his legislation, just FYI on that. And he's trying to find a location where he has better reception. Okay, so this is the reading of legislation number 0190-21. Was sent to Law and Order Committee, thence Budget and Finance Committee, thence Nabik Committee, thence Navajo Nation Council. It's a proposed Navajo Nation Council resolution, 24th Navajo Nation Council, 3rd year 2021, introduced by Seth A. Damon. Council Delegate tracking number 0190-21, an act relating to Law and Order, Budget and Finance, and Nabik Committees and the Navajo Nation Council, approving supplemental funding from the unreserved undesignated fund balance in the amount of $1,244,915 for the Navajo Nation, for the Navajo Judicial Branch, and $600,000 to the Navajo Election Administration to address fiscal year 2022 unmet needs, waiving 12 NNC section 820E, F, and J. And this has been electronically read into the record. References to all of the exhibits, they're all there. The Internet Public Review document, it shows no comments received. And then Law and Order Committee has a due pass with no amendment, and they have a vote tally sheet attached as well. Chair.
Christina Caroline for that reading. Speaker Damon, Shananta, are you on the line? Speaker Damon, first call. And Speaker Damon, second call.
Withdrawals. Withdrawal.
Just please mute your phone. We can hear you say withdrawal. Speaker Damon, third and final call. Okay, with that, let's move on to the next legislation. Peggy, if you read the next legislation.
Okay, the legislation is 0167-21, was assigned to
Hold on, please.
committee.
Hold on.
Then
Peggy, can you hear me? Hold on. Let me call for the sponsor first. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, are you on the line? Ashnanta, Madam Chair, Eugenia Charles Newton, are you on the line? Madam Chair, Charles Newton, first call. Madam Chair, Eugenia Charles Newton, second call. Madam Chair, Eugenia Charles Newton, third and final call for legislation 167-21. Okay, let's move forward. Legislation 174-21. Chairman Daniel Sosache, are you on the line? Chairman Daniel So.
Chairman Nino, I am on the call.
There you go, Hannah. Christine Peggy, if you would read 174-21 into the record for us, please.
Okay, thank you, Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. This is a proposed Navajo Nation Council resolution and assigned to Health, Education, Human Services Committee, Fence Law and Order Committee, Fence Resources and Development Committee, Fence Budget and Finance Committee, Fence Navajo Committee, Fence Navajo Nation Council, introduced by Daniel E. So, Council Delegate with co-sponsor Seth A. Damon, tracking number 0174-21. Tracking number 0174-21, an act relating to health, education, and human services, law and order, budget and finance, and Navajo committees, and the Navajo Nation Council, enacting the Navajo Nation Air is Life Act of 2021. So all the references that are contained in the legislation are there. There are, let's see, the first report from the Internet Public Review. I can find it. There are resolutions from certain chapters in support of this legislation, and agency councils that are attached in the comments section, and then there are comments that are being made by people. Where I have to look online. My copy that I have doesn't have all of the committee reports. Let's see. Okay. This has committee reports from Law and Order Committee has a do pass with no amendment with a vote tally sheet. The Resources and Development Committee has a do pass with one amendment. Amendment 1 on page 4, beginning with line 30 after the words Navajo Nation and the period, insert the following text. This is underscored. This act does not prohibit the use of commercial tobacco in any business site leased by the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise. 2, page 7, line 1, after the word establishment and the colon, delete the words beginning with overstricken as bingo halls, casinos, and other gaming facilities. And then 3, page 8, line 18, paragraph B becomes paragraph C. So C is underscored. Insert new paragraph B as the underlined text as follows. B, this is all underscored, any business site leased by the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprises. 4, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraph sections or exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services, the Office of Legislative Counsel, and the Office of Management and Budget with notice to the sponsors of the legislation are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits as necessary and appropriate to correct grammatical or errors and to correct numerical errors so long as such edits implement the Navajo Nation Council's intent in approving this legislation. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which language shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment, and therefore the legislation is referred to Budget and Finance. So there's a one amendment with Resources and Development. They also have a vote tally sheet that's attached. Chair. That concludes the reading.
Thank you for that reading, Peggy. With that, Shinanta Budget and Finance Committee, I need their motion.
This is Delegate Brown on motion.
Motion, Delegate Nathaniel Brown, there's a second.
Yellow hair, motion, second.
Motion by Shinanta Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. We do have a motion and a second in place with this Shinanta Chairman Daniel, so on your legislation. Star 6. Get a Shinanta. Kodo. Shahat Lanti. South Dayton of the Hikagi, the Tatum, North Shores, so Quaggy a Yasato, Hajo, a Delhansi, Shay Daniel So, such a need or Tenja Cannon phone on this as Kachi, but a sea, was listening as a Chado, Nahabani, the Sonala. What though can cheat me, eh? Charlton, Docon. So, Satoshi has all about when it's in the lake. You know, Nikahon has con a Sango a down there, and to in not not to this man has son so do you know but has look who he to a gate to any car in the AIC 1000 gate out in not look who is 20 plateau le grand catcho et oxygen clear donc finance de chi ti del kada hegi e passing so things not be khahi jo si ki e kwagi e araje jo on e nche that hegi is Quaggy Sato. I see. You know, his to come area. I think so. Yeah. So the Niki Penacha care or eat Penacha. I need to Quaggy area. Sato. He here as a in also they did la it urban in case in not Navajo Nation could be thought so it urban in case so Quaggy a night the kiddy staff it don't you cut or dig it or on sea case so there no the quid area just yourself what tiny
consortium or yet the coalition the Dahlia. They in the Leniki, they Kahito Ko. No, Sahay, the Leniki, Hastui, and Leniki, Equagi, Yeda Hill Sodo Ko. They dig it, Edo Liskadini. Kushina, Ashim with Edo Lik, also seen Hanas. Could they sleep Dini? Was there a Sato? I see. Joban see case to Lifty. Not Nihigi, ni couldn't Nihigi. Sahot, oh, and Hilde, la. A cool craggy dog is oh, a Kazo, either. Oh, Kinto dog lake, dog, or what either. Assumption Nihgi. On the dequay, a side lately given ye a sabe danahadit at the data source. To cut a not given nature a cut. Late not a Josh, but has odd. To cut a could the amendment by the Resource and Development Committee. The fire rock to Northern Edge, flowing water to the Twin Arrows. The eight obeyed the door list, the biggest hit the door list. A conduct cut and hit water Jashiki Health Command Operations Order Ziggy, Emergency Order Ziggy, but not a cut. Dean chair. In not a heggy, the cow devil just, Oh, the Christian couldn't Yahi Vahegi, I don't ask what all this. Nizino H. Told out and not the I don't the Yanata. To a quaggy a cattle. Cut the just couldn't. So a cow don't need the epic out just eitherly. Jutanitz. Second-hand smoke is more dangerous than the initial inhaling of the smoke. To all kinds of studies. Kunde Kato, the Jazel and Dr. Patricia Nez Henderson, a Quaggy Kato Yadotse, my agent, Chair Henio. I'd like to give my agent time to address the committee also.
Dr. Henderson?
Yat A, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Oh, Yat Ashnant, all of you that are listening this afternoon. Again, Kidadishnis, Shaya, Patricia Nez Henderson, Dashajine, this Latin Shlaw, Trotsotni Bashichin, Chenjakini Dashanalit, Ashche, Dashache, Ados, Sebeda Gaidagisan Nasha, Ado Shuyaho, Ado Adanash, Tisto chapter, call all hand Kidadishni, quite Dyson Slangi, I guess been dating at the queer she is laying a call of health policy that these needs that they need a call the is a do shikedo ikot an kai check up by Henson a call the kids basically is a bahas killa could up budget we aho to ya ashonda lay into the what the whole aha to ya ashonda could jot an kisperhosen a called that's the car or game they is in a lot is tanigi art and kitchen and having the Sidiki, not the Sidiki, but at Holo, Nankit Niha, the queer she is link at Okok Aquade 2021 at the bond date, Shananta. I used to bought at Holo. 70 chemicals found in secondhand smoke causes cancer. 70. There's no in between. It causes cancer. There's no around it. There's no ventilation system that can take out the cancer-causing chemicals found in secondhand smoke. We are doing this legislation is to protect every worker on Navajo Nation. No one should be exempt. Not the casino workers, especially those that work on the floor. We're doing it to protect them. We're doing it to protect the workers that are going to be mothers to be. I'm a mother of 2. So I am advocating for those moms to be the ones that are going to have babies 10 years from now. That's how far this legislation is going in terms of protecting the health of our people. We're doing this to protect everybody, all workers. Every single person that works on the Navajo Nation has a right, a fundamental right to breathe air that is clean and healthy, period. This is what the Surgeon General of the United States says. This is what CDC says. This is what the Department of Navajo Nation says, EPA, OSHA, all these organizations throughout America and here on the Navajo Nation. This is what they want for our people, is that every person has a right to breathe air that is healthy. There should be no discussion about this. There should be no discussion. Everybody deserves to breathe air that is healthy. With everything that our families have gone through this past couple years with the pandemic, we don't know how long this pandemic is going to be around for. We do know that many of our Navajo people have been impacted by COVID. We know that their breathing has been altered. They're long haulers. Now we're finding more and more studies that it impacts the cognitive health, the brain development, everything. So why would we want to expose them to something that is deadly? Why would we as Navajo people, this is not, we do this collectively. We do this together. That is, and, I could go on with all the studies, but I'm just going to fight for the workers here, the Navajo workers. If you go out to these casinos and ask the other Navajo workers that work in these casinos, would you like to keep this area smoke-free? I tell you, all of them will say yes. And I'll keep my comments short today. We're going to have more discussion about it later at Nabikiyatkit, but this is basically for our workers. I have a lot of family members that work at Twin Arrows. I have a younger brother that worked there he was a former combat Marine that worked there at Twin Arrows. So I come from a family that has relatives that work in the casino. I'm doing this for them, that they are able to work in a place where it's healthy and it promotes life basically. And Ashwadishna Anan Kwashkaon Kadishna Deepakan Deetzada Yasin Kitsisigi but do Leitan saw could out the national at queer she is le call or she anan Kidinish Kato or Yan Kidishnik Anosko. Does I go that's the short queer she's like with the pandemic at any be kato be shinhatika. Thank you.
Chair Henio, that concludes our presentation. We stand for questions.
Chair Henio, *6.
I forgot I was muted here. That concludes the presentation on 174-21. So now Budget and Finance Committee, are there any questions, comments?
Chair Henry, this is Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Henry, and thank you, Shinai, for this legislation and your agent on behalf of the Navajo Nation Beina Act of 2021. I was in support of this after reading the amendment. It has changed the intent. Page 4, Baka RDC. The act does not prohibit the use of commercial tobacco in any business site leased by the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise. Anidiat Kwata Agent Yahatzi. Lady Gaming Basket. And then Amendment 1, page 7, line 1. After the word establishment and the colon, delete the words beginning with bingo halls, casino, and other gaming facilities. So how can I support this if you're saying there is my Act of 2021. Under that same amendment, any business site leased by the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise, that's new language. The initial intent, was to make sure that secondhand smoke that is my concern on this. Shinai, you're the sponsor of this. Do you want us to pass this as the amendment? That's my question. Thank you.
Vice Chair Smith. With that, back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Any questions?
This is Delegate Crotty with the question.
Delegate Amber Crotty, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to ask our Legislative Council if, and I'm reading through the legislation, so it sounds like originally resource and development was not initially part of the standing oversight, but that was fixed back in August 20th to add resource and development committee. And so Chair, I'd like to see, is there any additional information regarding the discussion from Resource and Development Committee on why they added this amendment to change or to exclude just Navajo Gaming Enterprise? We have 12 other enterprises and other businesses, so I'd like to understand completely why Navajo Gaming Enterprise is getting preferential treatment by the committee in this amendment. If I could, if there's a way to kind of get a summary. I know the committee report doesn't provide that information, so if we could ask either the sponsor or if any of the advisors have the issues, because when we're looking at the public comments, and when they're submitting their public comments, they're submitting public comments in support of the legislation. And so I'm concerned that this is another attempt by gaming enterprise to a yes vote means no and a no vote means yes. So whatever way we vote, it's to benefit the gambler. So I need to get that information clarified. I do have additional questions to that. Then if it's just on this amendment from the Resource and Development Committee, maybe then I can follow up. And if the sponsor doesn't know at this time or their agents, then I can ask those questions at Nabikiakian, because we've been following CDC guidelines in our COVID response. And so the question would be, why are we now deviating from the CDC guidelines when it comes to commercial tobacco? Thank you, Chair, committee members, sponsor.
Thank you for that question. So I'll defer to Office of Legislative Counsel, Mr. Pahi, as far as the committee, oversight committee order for this legislation. Do you have a response for that?
Star 6 to unmute. Chair Henio, it looks like Laureline's on the call, but she needs to unmute by star 6.
Okay,
Mr. Chair, this is Laureline from OLC.
Yes, there's a question that came up as regarding the committee order, and I think you might have received that question. So your response.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am emailing right now to the committee a memorandum regarding the addition of the Resources and Development Committee. Let me do that right now, and then hopefully that will answer your questions. Mr. Ron Haven was the attorney with the Office of Legislative Counsel who originally worked on the legislation, and for some reason RDC was not indicated there, and so he issued this memorandum recommending that it go to RDC. So I just now sent the memorandum by email to the committee.
Okay, thank you for that. With this, I'll go. The other part of the question was maybe Peggy, if you would have maybe some sort of response as far as information regarding the discussion at RDC. Do you have anything to provide, Peggy?
Chair Henio, I missed the discussion on this legislation at RDC. I'm not sure what day that they had this. You know, we've been really busy with committee meetings ourselves with the budget hearings and such. So I believe that RDC considered this. Let's see, on, let's see, it doesn't say what day. Oh, September 22nd. So that was after the budget hearing was all concluded, but I believe we were doing something else. I believe here in the office, and I didn't call into that call. So I missed that whole discussion. But
Mr. Chair,
for the NABI meeting, perhaps we could ask the RDC staff to do an excerpt on that discussion so that you could have it prior to NABI. I don't know when the next NABI meeting is, but maybe we could ask the RDC staff to do an excerpt of that discussion, and then that way you can see for yourselves, the Budget and Finance Committee members.
if you would like.
Thank you, Peggy. That would be helpful to answer that question. Though with this, I'll defer back to Chair. Chairman Daniel So for a response.
Mr. Chair, if I may just quickly.
Chairman Daniel So.
Yeah, the Chair. Auto BNF committee members and I, Auto legislative council, do advisor, do recorder, kudo naide kirigi, RDC do the budget if you look at the main copy of this legislation on the upper right hand corner, then there is RDC listed. Even it went to RDC. The amendment introduced the dosi to put out nice second day to conduct or with the amendment. Ado Hashin Sol to a could exempt a double Iliagi a thought Trahadas the Quaggy or exchange do nature Naswalia. Ado Johnny what got the kid out just Ado I guess let me speed up the presentation. In listening, basically right now on KNDN, there's a radio ad by the Ute Mountain Casino saying that they don't allow smoking. So in that aspect, then there are casinos in and around us and even down in the valley that there are casinos willing to I guess look at the health aspects of their workforce in a positive manner and not really looking at how much are going to be wagered at their machines. So that balance, other sovereign nations are looking at that and weighing it in a positive way to protect their workforce. Sato is on it Sato or count in Hahusos Adole, the Gemenegi Oyo. Nan kande akonde chot hinantai without a yite zo ako ede yasato shaba no sandole ado akot AP is on it all adal natole on so the atabansis case akonde shiche let us consider at Nabi deleting this amendment and making it the law as was originally drafted. See, without Iban's case, Sanant, without a not on the ancient hastitole.
Chairman Daniel So. I'll go back to his Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments?
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Scotty.
You have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm sorry, I asked a question. Are we able to take action on the resource and development amendment that changes the intent of the legislation at this committee level? That was my question to Legislative Council.
Okay, that's should also the response to that to give it to with this Mr. Tapahi. Ms. Lorraine Tapahi, star 6.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm here with Mariana Khan, but in answer to Delegate Pradi's question, the amendments passed by RDC, if Budget and Finance Committee wishes not to adopt the legislation with those amendments, then the committee would need to affirmatively delete those provisions. I'm going to go on mute now until I'm asked another question. Thank you.
Thank you for that response, Mr. Tapahi. With this, back to Budget and Finance Committee and Delegate Amrit Nasmakrati.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Henyo. So I'd like to make a motion to delete the amendments recommended by Resource and Development Committee. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, there's a motion to delete the amendment for that. It was recommended by the Resource and Development Committee for the Budget and Finance Committee. Is there a second? Before I recognize the second, Ms. Tapahi, for guidance again. So with this motion, what needs to take place? Do you need time to recraft language, or what would your process be, Ms. Tapahi?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you just give me one moment to confer with Ms. Khan?
Okay, sure. Let's take a short. How much time would you need, Ms. Tapahi?
Question of privilege, Chairman.
Mr. Chair.
Hold on. What's your question of privilege?
Okay, what we're doing, I think we're not really respecting RDC. This is RDC amendment, and then we can vote. We can vote on it, no red or green, but the amendment can be stayed on with RDC. Then this is going to go on to Navajo. But even in the house, vote that is needed because it's still going to go on, pass on to Navajo. All that needs no yet. Already see but the amendment is okay.
What is the point of order?
That's my point of privilege.
Delegate here. When you do question of privilege, you ask a question, but if you have a debate, hey, wait till I recognize a second, and the floor will be open for debate. Then you can state your objection to the motion in second. So, if you could please wait. Let me get clarification from OLC as far as what the process would entail. Back to Mr. Tapahi, how much time would you need?
Mr. Chair, thank you. I don't know, maybe just 5 minutes. I have to draft just a couple sentences if you'll give me a moment. I did want to advise the committee, however. All right. Give me about 5 minutes, Mr. Chair, please.
That strategy. You should have seen.
5 minutes, please, Mr. Chair.
Christina. Okay, Sam. Mr. Pai would need some time to draft the amendment, the motion, and therefore will be in order, and then they'll recognize the second, if there is a second, and we'll move forward with that motion. But in the meantime, while that is happening, are there any further questions or comments on the legislation for the sponsor, Chairman Daniel? Is this Delegate Elmer Brigade?
This Delegate
Any further questions, comments? If there are no further questions or comments, let's wait for OLC to come back and let us know when they've completed.
Chair, are we breaking for 5 minutes then?
Mr. Chair, I'm ready with the amendment. I'm going to email it now.
Are you ready for that amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm emailing it right now.
Okay. All right, we'll wait for a little bit then. Peggy, did you receive the amendment?
Not yet, Chair Henio. I haven't received anything yet. Now I have. I got it.
Okay. With that, if all the committee members are addressed in that email, please read the amendment for the record, and then from there, we'll go through the motion in a second.
The amendment reads, amendment to legislation number 0174-21. 1, delete the amendment 1 adopted by the Resources and Development Committee on September 22nd, 2021. The rest of the legislation remains as originally drafted. So then number 2 is the clause about renumber or reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. Do you want me to read the whole thing? It's the
so that's the short version of it.
Yeah, the Office of Legislative Services, the Office of Legislative Counsel, and the Office of Management and Budget, with notice to the sponsors of the legislation, are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation as necessary and appropriate to correct grammatical and/or scrivener's errors and to correct numerical errors, so long as all such edits accurately reflect the committee's intent in approving this legislation. This amendment shall supersede all inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which amendments shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. Chair, I have a question. Why is the Office of Management and Budget mentioned in the number 2?
Mr. Tapahi?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Most likely because that is a standard language. I can revise that to delete them and resend the amendment. I do have one point that I need to bring up to the committee to advise the committee before I do that. And this point pertains to Title II, Section 164A10. The committee should be aware that a failed amendment may not be introduced at a council session unless a delegate obtains a written petition in support of that failed amendment. And the petition has to be signed by a majority of the members of the council. So this amendment by RDC, if it is now voted on by the BFC, by Budget and Finance, and if this amendment is deleted, it would be considered a failed amendment, right? And therefore, I believe that 164A10 would come into play. That's the provision I just read.
No.
Hold on, Mr. Chair. Okay. Excuse me, Mr. Chair, let me clarify that. I apologize. If this particular amendment is brought up and voted on by the Budget and Finance Committee, and if it fails, if those votes fail, then Title II, 164, Section A would apply. Then you would need the petition at that point. I will now quickly do this amendment and send it out again. Thank you.
Mr. Tapahi, so when you say it failed, who would have the burden to initiate that 164A rule that you're referencing? The BNF committee or RDC?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me clarify. Only if this particular amendment that I'm emailing out, the amendment being to delete the amending language that has already been approved by Resources and Development. Okay, if Budget and Finance Committee votes on this particular amendment today, and that amendment fails, there are not enough votes to pass that amendment, then it would be considered a failed amendment. And Section 164A10 would come into play, and that 164A10 regarding the petition reads as follows. I'll say it again. A failed amendment may not be introduced at a council session unless a delegate obtains written petition in support of the amendment of that failed amendment. And that petition must be signed by a majority of the members of the council. So it sounds from this language in 164A10 that it's upon the burden is upon a delegate, any delegate who supports that amendment would need to get a petition. And that petition would need to be signed by a majority of the council. And in that way, that failed amendment can then be introduced at the council session. But according to this A10, that's the only way a failed amendment can be introduced to the council. Now, again, this RDC amendment is not a failed amendment, and I'm sorry for the confusion. RDC's amendment is not a failed amendment because RDC voted on it and approved it. But if Budget and Finance Committee now considers an amendment to delete all of that language, to delete RDC's amendment number 1, then that amendment itself needs to be voted on by Budget and Finance. And if there are not enough votes to pass that amendment, then it would be considered a failed amendment.
Thank you for that clarification. Okay, so do you have the revised language back to Peggy yet?
1 second here and I'll get it to you. I took out Office of Management and Budget, and I apologize for that oversight.
Chair Haney, a question of privilege. Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, while we're waiting for Mr. Pai to send it out. Question of privilege.
Thank you. I followed along what Legislative Council said. However, she kept iterating and failed. Let's take it to the other route. Should BNF vote in favor of removing Amendment 1, deleting it, then it's not considered fail. So it's not considered for anybody to petition this. It's a dead issue. Is that how I understand it? Chair Haney?
Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair Smith, it looks like Chair Henio's call may have dropped. It's raining outside, so you may have to designate pro tem or go ahead and chair yourself, Vice Chair. So the reception isn't that good because of the weather.
Committee members, Chair Henio. Chair Henio, you back on board? Chair Henio. Well, at any rate, Chair Henny was still chairing, so I don't know if Legislative Council got my question.
I did, Mr. Vice Chair. I can answer.
Okay, good.
Am I recognized?
Yes, you are. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you. In answer to your question, Mr. Vice Chair, if the amendment is voted on today by Budget and Finance Committee, and when I say the amendment, I mean the one that I just emailed at 3:11 p.m. today, that amendment, if that is voted on today and it passes, then it would effectively delete Amendment 1 that was approved by the Resources and Development Committee. But the BFC amendment voted on itself is not a failed amendment. So 164A10 would not come into play. Does that clarify the issue for you, Mr. Vice Chair?
Yeah, it does. The last question was, so if this amendment is passed by BNF and 164A10 is no longer needed, any amendment can be put in at NABI or council. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Based off what this is done, this does not nullify. This does not nullify the fact that another council delegate say, we're going to go ahead and put that language back in. My council.
Yes, If Budget and Finance Committee today votes on the amendment that I sent out at 3:11 p.m. and today's vote passes, approves that amendment that I sent out at 3:11 p.m., then you would essentially have two upvotes. You would have two approving votes. RDC approving its amendment number 1. Of course, it already did that. Then you'd have Budget and Finance Committee approving its amendment, which then takes out the first one. But you would have no failed amendments either way in either committee. So since you would have no failed amendments, because you'd have two upvotes, 164A10 would not come into play at all.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Eddie, are you back on?
Sure. Going back to Mr. Fahy, have you completed your revised amendments we can act?
Yes, sir. It was emailed at 3:11 p.m.
Peggy, do you have the revised language?
Yes, Chair. The revised language is actually just deleting the words Office of Management and Budget.
Okay. With that, I'm sorry, my phone died on the other side, so I had to switch to a different phone here. I'm back on. So with that, Delegate Amber Canas-Bakrati, do you wish to still stand with your motion?
Thank you, Chairman Henyo, committee members. Yes, I'm being patient. I'm not sure why Legislative Council raised that issue regarding a fail amendment. So I would ask that I'm trying to understand why that was raised because that's never been raised when we've asked for amendments in the past, and that law and that provision is really on any amendment that is before the committee. So with that being said, Chair, I'd like to motion and hear from the committee in terms of how we move forward. And I'm reviewing all of the supporting resolutions and the comments, and I cannot find a place that identifies a recommendation for this amendment or supporting resolutions that contain the language of the amendment from the Resource and Development Committee. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, with that motion, we do have a motion on the floor for amendment number 1. Is there a second to amendment number 1? Is there a second? Amendment number 1 going once?
Chair, this is Delegate Brown. I'll second.
Okay, Delegate Nathaniel Brown, second. So we do have a motion and a second for amendment number 1. The floor is open for discussion on amendment number 1.
Chair Henry, this is Delegate Begay.
Delegate Elmer P. Begay, you have the floor.
I got to let Chair Henry out of the Budget and Finance Committee members out of the amendment Delegate Crowder. Yet ito share whether the legislation introducing Delegate Song. Yat ito are hada sihido da ismustano. So the amendment that was introduced by today's Delegate Crowley. I don't think that we're trying to do the amendment that was made by the Resource Development Committee. I think the Resource Development Committee Jay Ajri without the Islamic, as BNF committee, which do another do another amendment, undo the amendment that the Resource Development Committee, not that slant. I want to case here, I think, Resource Development Committee, so I believe that I think he doesn't go to respect for committees. So even though I'll be voting right on it. So so I know that I'll be working with the RDC on a lot of legislation. So even if you do on this case, so to let him here.
Lagashina. Are there any further questions, comments on amendment number 1?
This is Delegate Yellowhair.
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair.
Oh, yeah, yes, it's the chairman. I just said Navajo Idibani Kaido Edits earlier. Another committee can't remove it. Another committee amendment. So if it's even in night RDC amendment, the night on the list. Advisory on his hot ada. This going to go before navigate committee in the Bahun listen. Even in shade or red votes this list. You can't do that to remove another amendment for another committee. This is a common sense. We should not do this. About this, just straight to the point. To not on can it be in that committee? Let's vote red, not to remove this amendment that was made by RDC. Thank you, Chairman.
Chair Henio, did we lose your call again? Vice Chair.
There it is. Okay. With that, any further questions, comments on amendment number 1?
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Rick Nez. Request to speak, sir.
Chairman Nez, let me refer back to the committee if there's no further questions or comments.
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Crotty.
Delegate Amber Crotty.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Henio. I'm continuing to look at the supporting resolutions. So for the delegates that have spoke against this legislation, I'd like to respectfully ask that you review your chapter resolutions, the chapters that you represent. So Delcon chapter submitted a resolution to fully support this legislation as is. And that was, that could be on our digital copy, page 78 of 124 for your reference. And that was signed by the chapter president, Mr. Lee, on June 17th with none in opposition. And I know how much as delegates, we state that we support our chapters and our voice from the communities. And that's why I'm asking, where's the evidence that approves these amendments? And then looking at page 80 of 124, we have a resolution from Forest Lake chapter that completely supports the legislation without any mention of recommending amendments that were passed. And this was signed with no opposition on June 17th. It does have the delegates' space for a signature, but unfortunately on this copy, the signature is not there, but it was signed by President Majorine Begay
Secretary Treasurer Brenda White, and Vice President Raphael Boy. And I think as I look for more through these chapter resolutions, which include the agency resolutions, we can see the support from the community and the chapters that we represent. And so I think if this amendment is being considered, there should be time and dialogue to go back to our communities and they be presented on how this amendment will either affect the intent of the legislation or if they wanted to modify their resolution. But since the amendment was enacted, I don't see a clear transparency as I continue to be asked to support this legislation. And in return, I asked, do they know about this amendment with this exclusion or exception just to Navajo gaming? And they're unaware of this amendment. And so that's my concern and the reason why I'm asking at the committee level that we remove the amendment and it could be moved forward to Nabikiachent, and there could be opportunity to have enough time to have some engagement and see if some of these resolutions need to be modified and to come to some kind of consensus rather than moving it through and not having everyone participate. So that's really the intent of the motion. And I think it's important considering how many comments were submitted and how many of the chapters that we represent submitted resolutions and including the agency. I do want to point out the last thing, and if I get clarification, if Mr. Rico's on the line, the RDC report does need to be fixed. There is there needs to be some kind of clarification because on the resolution that's signed, it states that that the main motion was by Delegate Thomas Walker, and then in that same section it says that Thomas Walker was excused, and so I just need clarification in terms of that section, and that would be helpful, Chair Henio, when it relates to this report. I appreciate the time and the energy from the committee in terms of how we move forward this legislation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Comments regarding the legislation. With that, Peggy, is there anybody from Legislative Services on the line? Or maybe you can relay the information to Mr. Rico.
Chair Henio, I believe that Manuel Rico is on the call, and I'm not sure if Rodney Tahi, the advisor, is also on the call, I think. But that's an administrative fix that needs to be done. Corrected.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you for that. With that, the Budget and Finance Committee, we do have Chairman Rick Nez on the line who wishes to address the committee. Chairman Nez.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman Henyo. Honorable members of the Budget and Finance Committee. The sponsor of this legislation, Chairman So. I just have some concerns, and I always see other committees and try and understand them and provide them the respect that they are a separate committee with oversight over their programs. And whatever amendments they do, RDC never tries to eradicate or expunge their amendments. This had happened before. At that time, I believe it was a legislative council that told us that it's not legal to do that. to amend another amendment by other committees. If we are to do that, we're setting a precedent that's okay to do it. Start doing that now for future legislations. And that means whenever other committees' legislations come before us, we can delete or eradicate their amendments. Is that what we're trying to do now? And how many times, as I understand it, there was a law in place where you cannot delete or amend another committee's amendments. And therefore, that respect should be in place to allow committees to amend legislations. We all are legislators. We legislate by debating and amending legislations. So it's just really my concern that we're beginning to do this. And if we do that, we might as well start doing that for all the legislations that come before us and just delete their. It's almost like saying that we don't respect your committee's amendment, so therefore we will just get rid of it for you by doing it this way. So that's all I want to say, Chairman Henyo and honorable members of the Budget and Finance Committee. I am concerned. Thank you.
Chair Henyo, just don't get gay.
Chairman Nez. Back to our Budget and Finance Committee, Delegate Elmer Gay on amendment number 1.
Yeah, to Delegate Henyo. Amendment the response on it mentioned the Alcon chapter as supporting this legislation. And for doing that, that putting the Alcon and myself on the on the spot. But during that time, I witnessed that when they were supporting that for my chapters, and Miss Patricia Henderson Naz Henderson is from Peaceful chapter. So issues and though around the issue that's how I agree. And then people that are on there, people that are supporting that, they're my relatives. And mentioned about a lot of people that are supported that, and I go to ceremonies with them and things like that. But politically, political change, But I guess we do that right now. Political driving, that's how we do it, and we work against each other's. I guess thinking back, that those Chairman Rick Naz, I guess we can start doing this if there's an agency like that. And we can start mentioning each other's your support, your chapters like this, what area. The needs to decision. But thinking back during the summer, these were passed, resolutions were passed at that time. But I mentioned that at that time that the legislation wasn't even drafted or hasn't come up with a number yet. It was just, I think, they were already doing putting that on the chapter's agenda. I mentioned to them that, that the hard shakish. All I know is for those, my son, Delegate So will be sponsoring that. And then at that time, they were mentioning that there's all for the work in Navajo Nation. They didn't mention anything about casinos. But that I hated that. So that's how people were, chapters were being presented, and that's how they were also were passing those resolutions. So I know that in Indian Wells, that's what was mentioned, that they wanted to know to see the legislation, how it's written. So it's not drafted yet to where people could read it. It's not even on the comment period yet. So other one we do that before the legislation is being drafted or getting on the comment period. We're already out there supporting supporting legislation. So that's how it is. So I guess we're starting to do that. So that's how I want to respond back. Thank you.
Chair Henio, this is Vice Chair Smith. Delegate Elmer PBGay for your comments. With this, amendment number 1, Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Chair Henio, Budget Finance Committee members. This is very interesting. My question is, we're all standing committees, and each standing committee, does oversee various Navajo Nation enterprises or Navajo Nation departments and so forth. And when we say Nabakiatia, that's also a standing committee. So what's the difference between one standing committee making an amendment, one standing committee deleting that amendment, whether it's on the standing committee's floor? Because if we wait till Nabakiatia, that's the standing committee, we could put the same argument in the same scenario. I think that's why we have each committee and Nabakiatia, and then finally council is the final authority. This is going all the way up to council. So, Doshinto, do it, Ada. And it's interesting to hear 164A10 debahonated now. Then it's a failed amendment. And then there's a petition to go through. Let's say if this is a failed amendment, does that mean Nabakiatia cannot do an amendment to delete certain ones, or specifically this one? Does that mean we have to have a petition? That's a question I have, because we're ready to vote, and it seems like it's going to be maybe a split vote. And if it becomes fail, does that mean this is no longer going to be brought forth unless there's a petition, and it's got to take so many council delegates to sign that petition? And the original legislation that was drafted was to eliminate all smoking, but with this amendment, it has changed that. So that's my question to Chair Henio. Thank you.
Who's your question directed to, Vice Chair Smith? Legislative Council. Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Fahy, if you would provide clarification again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, hold on what Vice Chair Smith is asking, and as far as each committee's responsibility, as far as when it comes to amendments, you provide that clarification, Mr. Fahy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you look at A10, it says amendment may not be introduced at a council session. So it does not apply to the Nabakiati committee. It only applies when attempting to introduce a failed amendment to the council. So the Nabakiati committee could consider this amendment even if it failed, because the A10 says the Navajo Nation Council. Thank you.
Okay. Amendment number 1 committee members. Any further questions, comments?
I had a question,
Chairman
Delegate
Henyo, this is
Yellowhair.
Delegate Crotty.
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, you have the floor.
Yes, it's chat or isn't angito. Tira this ake ya kuto RDC memory like to leader na bahai Arida Zeston Chito leaders have been effort on her Swansea Kistole. Even in we had to work peacemaking that just to respect our legislation from committee, oversight committee. If there's not a staff need to, we have to respect what the amendment was made. During the addition earlier, did only navigate to Arda Yahato, it's the snow, Quaggy advisory, let's say the council, your body is the colonies, the equate or that on there, even this, Aquatica should this, well, seems that we're running this too fast or too hasty. A deep, charter officials, area voted us. You could take us up on the populator vote action either. There's no voting from charter official. Not area vote us, and not the populator vote action either. Then they, that's why we're having an advantage on this one right here. Because you are now still in the dungeon door. After this pandemic, but only charter officials are voting, and yes or no. But my concern is the public is not involved in the meeting. It quickly, but when it's in the Subaha, these go. They are in Sazana, that is the net out of a guest tea. A could a lot in that year in Jandor. So, Arati, Meme, gives up Naha, Zohi, the best Ada, she, or on such cases, she respects the committee, oversight committee. They don't need enough, then what up a year's tea. They could argue about how this the quaggy. Let's not remove RDC amendment. Let's vote red on it. Let's not do that. We should not be working like this. Eba is just silly here. I could end one in the up the cases and so and that is never is on RDIS. Once on that one, my comments and yes, Chairman, back to you.
Thank you. I'll go back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Delegate Amber Bakari. Delegate Amber Bakari, are you still with us? Delegate Amber Bakari. Delegate Amber Bakari, are you still on the line? Okay, with that, though, let's move forward to any further questions or comments on amendment number 1.
Chairman Henyo, this is Delegate Crotty. I'm back on the line. I was dropped off, so I apologize. So I didn't hear the end of Delegate Yellowhair's question. But what I want to do is reframe what is being asked here through this motion. And so I understand with Legislative Council's comments in regarding the failed amendment, I'm not exactly sure why that was brought up, but what I would like to ask committee members and in the discussion is to look back at the chapter resolutions. So you're on the record, and for majority of the time, if not 100% of the time, as delegates will fall back on chapter resolutions, agency resolutions to help us and matter of fact support different laws. And so if that has changed, that's the prerogative of the delegate. But I wanted to raise that there is, for the record, numerous chapter supporting resolutions and agency resolutions that have supporting the legislation as it was introduced, which specifically in the resolution does state a prohibition on any and all Navajo Nation properties. So I think there was clarification. I did mention that with this amendment, and if time is needed for delegates to go back to their communities and provide education, that should be strongly encouraged so that they have an opportunity to modify. When I speak to my colleagues on the floor, rather than taking this personal or thinking that this is a personal attack as you as the person, I'm looking at the representation and the many thousands of Navajo people you represent. And so it's not an individual or ego-based or what a delegate mentioned attack. What it is stating, this is the documentation that has been presented to leadership. And so we need clarification in terms of your decisions on acting on amendments. When it comes to, in terms of standing committees, I think we've also have lost sight that the council has designated the authority to each of the standing committees to review and make recommendations. And with that in mind, the Budget and Finance Committee has the authority to move forward and make these modifications. It's not clear from the record, and it was not stated for the record why Resource and Development made this amendment or what type of supporting documentation from the chapters or the agencies that changed their stance or supported this stance. I think if we want to say we want to respect one another, I would also then challenge the committee and others to respect the sponsor and the intent of the legislation and the work that's been provided in the legislation. And so I think at this time, if we can look to how we want to address this amendment, I'm certainly going to go back to my chapters and let them know if this was the intent in terms of how they supported, because I do have, from my 7 chapters, I do have their supporting resolutions. I do have the Northern Agency and other Northern Agency chapters resolutions. And that's who I'm representing here on the Budget and Finance Committee. I don't have any documents from them that would support the amendment from Resource and Development. So I wanted to give some insight in terms of why I am motioning to have the amendment deleted, and there can be more time, there could be more energy put in to seeing if this is really, in fact, is the intent of the chapters who passed all of these supporting resolutions. What I do want to note, and going back to the public comments, because they're not read into the record, and I don't know what digital page this is, but there was an email from August 30th, and because we're talking about choices and employee rights, and so one of our students, Mr. Henderson, who's now a student at University of Arizona and majoring in psychology, and he talks about how he has learned about the dangers of smoking. But what's important to me is this part of his comment. He was like, I was quite surprised when we went to Twin Arrows Casino for the Chief Manuelito Scholarship ceremony several years ago. People, especially our Navajo people, were smoking inside that beautiful building. I have asthma. So as I walked past the gaming floor, I had to literally hold my breath. I did not want my asthma to be triggered by smoke. And so thus, my leaders, I urge all of you to pass the Areas Life 2021 with no exemption. And so with those kind of calls from our public and our community members, that's why I'm looking at this through the lens of public health. And every day when I'm listening to KNDN or KTNN, I'm hearing public health advisory for that previous casino worker who never smoked in his life and now is called a ghost walker because he has to be on oxygen because he simply needed a job, and the job that was provided unfortunately created secondhand smoke to him. So I think that's why I'm concerned And I would want to have future discussions with our constituents. And I think any delegate would agree that if we could have more time to talk with our constituents, that's a better for any of the laws that we pass here in Navajo Nation. So thank you, Chair, in responding to some of the comments and concerns from my committee members. I appreciate that opportunity.
Thank you, for your comments regarding amendment number 1. Are we ready to vote on amendment number 1, Budget and Finance Committee members?
Please, Delegate Begay.
Delegate Elmer P. Begay, you have the floor.
Okay, so now, Nana, I don't amendment the argument by you, you know, that, like I said, you know, here I don't, Chairman Nance, Rick Nance, nature has even so in share I can hold up on this case only to continue working with the RDC. I honor their decision. I don't could that by yet he do niche by ina nani I knew that it is that they don't he the so don't and he is the other Sunday ya I just but she do and I even talk case in his it's in the bit holds the go other Sunday ya on the for the past 2 years that all about this kid all that I go to ceremonies with all the hot coffees and kind of stuff. I go through that. That's what it's in this. How's it hot? And because I should go East Coast, will be all raining. Around that day, you can how just that where we live, this Navajo Nation, 8 and on the Halkin, no. Other than the West Coast, go all you the Hatek, Lego, all your cities like grass has it out in the game. As per how some neither said, 8 on them, nobody says anything do that. All these, how many years and how many months we have all these smoke. You see that they you see that other deal later since though. If the question and question that other side had to the knowledge. Other side to the under knowledge. Just Swedish not that is that you have to see that set some donations and set some ceremonies and nobody was out there advocating for this all this smoke that was in our region and area. So it is about this case, but most of all, you know that right now, the way I'm looking at this, actually, these chapters, politically, they can be lobby. That I hate some of these delegates seem to be being lobbied to support this legislation. You know, yeah, anybody can say life is air is life. Although today, you know that about 2 case ago, today, if you think about it, we're trying to make this smokeless in a casino. And then the way you could say that is I have asthma and I have all that shit. What you know, I think you know that at a certain age you wouldn't understand yourself that you have a disability with your life, with your health. Certain things you cannot do, and certain places you cannot go if you know about your life. You already, it's your responsibility. Right now, we're trying to say that we're going to make this smokeless so he can go over there to make it safe for you to gamble with Ashley. If you want to use this schedule, if you want to use this traditional teachings in it, all we have to say is it's not for us. But we're trying to ignore that, or we're trying to be forgetting that. So just I go to my these chapter meetings. Who's going to start saying that? How come we're not saying traditional teachings about this? And all the traditional things that are out there that we're doing it right now. It's just respectfully so these people that I know from my relatives from here, are we really truthful about what we're saying here? Like I said, all these traditional ceremonies, they're eventually going away. Who's out there trying to learn these? Then I can tell you from here, from my area, nobody's doing that traditional ceremony. Nobody's interested in it. So I would say that he's trying to they're trying to here and there every time we have a time to do that. We try to sit down and learn these. And not this is my own. I don't read about it. I don't ask these questions for others. I don't go by resolutions. This my question is how does I stay on we are ignoring that. It's my question. It's my thought. Chair,
Comments, Delegate Elmer P. Begay. With this, any further questions on amendment number 1?
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Crotty.
No, you have the floor on amendment number 1.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. So I didn't hear a question, but I heard the comments. And so I think in terms of that is a very familiar response from the delegate. I don't know what to say if you're experiencing that no one you know is having these ceremonies. I'd like to invite you to this side of the Chuskai Mountain where we have a very active group of community members, hataflis, and practitioners who are continuing to conduct ceremonies for us. Matter of fact, just this weekend we celebrated another Kimalda, and we're just so blessed with the moisture that she provided. So we'd like to restore that, restore that there are individuals and families that are holding up these teachings and these traditions, and would love to host you with my family, and so that you can continue to be blessed and provide additional insight. I think also in terms of how we move forward is just the transparency aspect of it. So again, if chapter resolutions are not going to be considered, that's an individual choice of leadership. I try to stand by those chapter resolutions as a chapter or as a delegate. We do get compensated to attend our chapter meetings and provide reports. And so I think it's only appropriate that that their voice is carried on. So for Northern Agency, they at this point support the legislation in its entirety. And so I think, Chair, if there's any other questions that I missed, I'm open to any other outstanding questions on the amendment. Thank you, Chairman and committee members.
Chair Henio, please don't get Jay.
Yeah, that's not, there were no questions, just mostly comments on amendment number 1. We do have
Okay,
other
yep.
legislation, so if we need to
Okay,
move forward
Chairman,
on amendment number 1, and no, Nathan, otherwise we're just going to continue to make comments, and it's kind of getting to one another personally. And we always say decorum that they need it, and we need to let's not just continue to vote and see which way the vote goes on this amendment number 1. If there are no further questions or comments.
Chairman, that's a question of privilege.
But before that, question of privilege. What's your question of privilege, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair?
Okay, so let's make it very clear to that. Which amendment are we really voting for? Are we taking the RDC amendment out? Is what we're voting for? Which amendment are we voting for? So I'm ready to vote. Tell us which way are we heading to being a committee? Which amendment are we talking about? There's an amendment about RDC. There's an amendment about being a committee. Which one? Yeah, thank you very much.
Delegate Yellowhair. Amendment by RDC has already taken place. Right now, this is a BNF committee amendment. And the amendment before us is the language that was read to us to restore the original language as it was first introduced. And remove the amendment from RDC. That's what we're voting on. Delegate Yellowhair. Delegate Elmer PVG.
Chair, to the Henio, I guess I'm trying to clarify that, that although my support of that is RDC the amendment so other than that, yeah, we can stop and we can start voting on it, but the way I'm reading it, the way I'm understanding this is something that I think we use it against each other as delegates. So if we can use each other's like chapter votings and against the chapter resolution something like that. I'm not trying to cause any problem, but so I'm just really supporting what we're doing here. That RDC is very so the leaderships. So to clarify myself again,
Chair Henry, put me in the queue. This is Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Henry. And Legislative Council, this question goes to you. Whenever we have a legislation in front of us, and if there's an amendment posed and it changes the intent of the legislation, the intent was to ensure that all places, and not excluding any enterprise or not excluding any, the intent of this legislation was to ensure that there be safe workspaces and the area would be safe for employees. The amendment that was made has clearly changed the intent of the original legislation. That's why we're debating on this. And it's going to be hard to vote on if we have the main intent changed and letting precedents happen to one or the other. So I think it's time that we realize that we're going to be discussing this, and it'll probably even be discussed further as we go into Nabikiyatia. But as legislative council has stated that we're a standing committee, and my question is, I think at the point in time, well, that this amendment did change, and if this amendment is going to be like that, I think there should be another legislation being passed or being requested to exempt certain entities or enterprises, and I think that's how it should have been handled. So, thank you, Chair Henio.
Okay, thank you for your comments, Vice Chair Smith. With that, any further questions or comments on amendment number 1? I'll call for the question to vote on amendment number 1. Ramona, are you on the line with us?
Yes, Chair.
Ramona, are you there? I could barely hear you, Ramona.
Okay, is this better?
A little bit better. Roll
Okay.
call vote for amendment number 1.
Okay, roll call vote for amendment number 1. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bach Crotty, how do you vote?
Shade, this is Delegate Amber Kenneth-Bach Crotty. I'll vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bach Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Yeah, this is too. Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes red. Chairman, we have 3 members voting in the affirmative, 2 opposing, chairman not voting. Chairman?
Okay, with that vote, amendment number 1 receives a 2 pass. Vote 3 in favor, 2 opposed. With that, we're back on the main motion. On the main motion, any further questions or comments, Shinanta, Budget and Finance Committee members? If there are no further questions or comments, I'll call for the question on 174-21. Ramona, if you would lead us in a roll call vote.
Okay, Chairman, roll call vote for the main motion on the legislation. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bach Crotty, how do you vote?
Shade, Delegate Amber Kenneth-Bach Crotty. I'll vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bach Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Thank you, Shache. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Thank you, Shana. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes red. Chairman, we have 3 members voting in the affirmative, 2 opposing, and chairman not voting. Chairman?
Shake Allah for that roll call vote. We do have a due pass on 174-21 with 1 amendment, and a vote 3 in favor, 2 opposed, chair not voting. With that, this moves on to Navigated Committee. So with this, moving forward to the next legislation, we do have Vice Chair Carl Slater. Are you on the line?
Chairman, this is Delegate Yellowhair.
Delegate Jimmy O'Hare.
To let you know, Felicia, AutoSol is also available for legislation 019721. He also stand by later. Before he wasn't available, I think he had problem with his line too. And because text so he's available. Also, also, should not to come back. Also, hear from also legislation 0197-21. Thank you, Chairman Chat.
For that information.
Chair Henya? I am here.
Vice Chair Slater? Do I?
Chair Henya, I'm on the line. Thank you very much.
Good to hear you. Thank you if you could read legislation 168-21 into the record, please.
Thank you, Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. This is a proposed standing committee resolution assigned to Law and Order Committee, thence Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, thence Budget and Finance Committee, thence Navajo Committee. Excuse me. It's a proposed standing committee resolution, 24th Navajo Nation Council, 3rd year 2021, introduced by Carl Slater, Council Delegate, tracking number 0168-21, an action relating to law and order, health, education, and human services, budget and finance, and Navajo committees, approving and authorizing the Navajo Department of Health, Division of Public Safety, and Division of Social Services to pursue entry into the Indian Health Service Self-Governance Program per Title V of the Indian Self-Determination and Education Assistance Act, 25 USC, sections 5301 through 5423, PL 93-638, as amended by conducting the required planning process and applying for funding resources available from the Indian Health Service. This legislation has been read into the record, and let's see, the Internet Public Review document has no comments. Law and Order Committee has a due pass with no amendment. Health Education, and they also have a vote tally sheet. Health Education has a due pass with no amendments, and they have a vote tally sheet. And there's a delegation of authority from the President's office. Oh, this is, that doesn't pertain to this, I'm sorry. So that concludes the reading of legislation number 0168-21. Chair.
Thank you for reading. The resolution.
Chair Henio, are you still on the call?
Hello.
Okay, now I can hear you. Chair Henio, are you still on the call?
Can you hear me?
Just barely.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
What about now? Okay, is there a motion for this legislation?
Delegate Yellowhair will motion.
Motion by Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. Is there a second?
Delegate Elmer Pibigay.
Delegate Elmer Pibigay, second. So we did have a motion and a second. And with that, Vice Chair Slater, you have the floor to introduce the legislation to the committee.
To eight colleagues, thank you very much for the opportunity to present this legislation. This legislation initiates a study and planning process for compacting and contracting with the Indian Health Service. So as you know, the Indian Health Service is broken into different areas, and the Navajo area is the primary area for service to the Navajo people. There are also some services that are provided in New Mexico with the Albuquerque service area. So all of those contracts or services that are delivered go to 638 facilities that the nation has designated to fulfill them, or to programs within the Navajo Nation government that the nation has designated to fulfill them, or are directly administered by the Indian Health Service. What this legislation contemplates is that we would combine all of those into a self-governance contract with the Indian Health Service and study what would be the best way of delivering all of them. It's not something where the nation would immediately take on all of the responsibilities from the IHS. It'd be a careful planning process that is fully reimbursable by the federal government. So this will authorize this planning process. There are some contracts that are housed within the Department of Public Safety. There are some that are housed within the Department of Health, and there are some that are housed within the Division of Social Services. And in addition, you're aware that there are contract facilities on the Navajo Nation that fulfill certain programs and delivery objectives within a particular service unit under their contract. So this doesn't take any of that away. Instead, it tries to create a more coherent planning process so that eventually we could see the successes that they're having in Alaska and Oklahoma. Tribes there have taken this approach of compacting and contracting, where they combine the services, they stand up an entity or maybe multiple entities to fulfill these objectives of the Indian Health Service. So I request your affirmative consideration of this legislation. And it's been a long day, so I contacted Dr. Jim and Attorney General McPaul, who have been assisting me in this process. And I hope that they're able to answer any questions if you have questions directed toward them. Otherwise, I'm happy to answer any questions the committee may have. Thank you, Chair, and this will conclude my initial presentation. Thank you.
Vice Chair Smith, I believe that we may have lost Chair Henio's call again. Can you step up, please, and chair the meeting for the time till he gets back on? Thank you.
Good afternoon, committee members and the Navajo Nation Council Budget Finance. We have legislation 0168-21, sponsored by Vice Chair Slater. We have a motion and a second. Motion by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair and also second by Honorable Elmer Begay. Committee members, any questions regarding this legislation? I don't hear any questions. Round the horn. Do we have a roll call vote?
Vice Chair.
On the
Chair
21.
yes. Vice Chair, this is Peggy.
We're voting.
Okay.
Okay, Vice Chairman, roll call vote for legislation number 0168-21. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green, Delegate Yellowhair.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott-Crotty, how do you vote?
Shada, this is Delegate Amber Kenneth-Bott-Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott-Crotty votes green. Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henyo, how do you vote? Vice Chairman, we have 3 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, and 2 members not voting. Vice Chairman?
Senator Brown, I vote green.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Vice Chairman? So we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, Vice Chairman not voting, and 1 member not voting. Vice Chairman?
Goshen, thank you for the roll call vote. We have 4-0 and Vice Chair not voting. Legislation do pass to the next level. Thank you, committee members. Moving on to legislation 0201-21. Shudik, would you read that into the record?
Thank you, Vice Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. This is a proposed Navajo Nation Council resolution assigned to Health, Education, Human Services Committee, Fence Resources and Development Committee, Fence Law and Order Committee, Fence Budget and Finance Committee, Fence Navajo Committee, Fence Navajo Nation Council. 24th Navajo Nation Council, 3rd year 2021, introduced by Carl Slater, Otto So, I think, and then Paul Begay. Council delegates, tracking number 0201-21, an action relating to health, education, and human services, resources and development, law and order, budget and finance, Nabagia committees, and the Navajo Nation Council approving the transfer of the Navajo transit system from the Navajo Division of General Services to the Navajo Division of Transportation, amending the Navajo Transit System Plan of Operation and Organizational Chart, and amending 2 and C Section 1252B 8 and 9. And this legislation has the references to language that is being overstricken and underscored. Does the committee wish for me to read those changes to the plan of operation? And then if so, I can do that. And then there's comments from the Division of NDOT with a memo. And then Health Education has a do pass with no amendments with a vote tally sheet. Resources and Development has a do pass with no amendments and a vote tally sheet. And then the second comments was received, Holly Barton that sent an email, and then Law and Order Committee has a do pass with no amendments and a vote tally sheet. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Shada, for that legislation being read into the record. 0201-21. We have Honorable Vice Chair Slater as a sponsor. Motion for this legislation. Going once.
Yellow hair. I motion yellow hair to
Motion. Honorable Chair. Second to this legislation.
Second, Delegate Crotty.
Honorable Crotty is recognized for the second. Committee members, any questions on this legislation?
I have a question.
Goshen, thank you, Honorable Elmer Begay. Vice Chair Slater, you have the floor to introduce your legislation. Then we'll open it up for questions. I have you in the queue, Vice Chair Slater, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Vice Chair Smith. This is a legislation that will transfer the Navajo Transit Department from the Division of General Services to the Division of Transportation. A big reason to compel this movement is that both the funding for the transit program and for Navajo DOT derive from the U.S. Department of Transportation. And the majority of the funding that the nation receives for transportation-related activities is from the Tribal Transportation Program, and that's under the Federal Highway Administration. Indian tribes have the unique ability to use those TTP program funds on transit services, multimodal projects, other things of that nature. They're not exclusively devoted to road construction. And I envision, and I think the programs envision, all of the committees that have passed this to date, which includes the 3 other standing committees, and I look forward to this moving to NABI, are seeking further collaboration and unifying the transportation and transit services into one division. So that is the vision behind this legislation, and I seek your affirmative consideration. If you have questions, I'm happy to answer them. I believe Mr. Platero is on the line from the Division of General Services, and Navajo DOT has been monitoring the meeting all day, and it would be ready to answer any questions you may have. But it's relatively simple. We're moving one program from General Services to the Department of Transportation, and this should streamline the collaboration between the entities and I think strengthen the overall transit and transportation position of the nation moving forward. So thank you, colleagues. Shache, Vice Chair Smith, that concludes my presentation at this time.
Congratulations, Soy. Thank you for that introduction on your legislation. Slip simply made to change hands over. Shida, you have the floor. Elmer Begay. Honorable.
No, Chair, Shida, Vice Chair Smith, Budget and Finance Committee. Around the delegates later, for introducing this legislation. I support the transit services, and I've been on that transit for almost over a year, and I don't really get on it. But lately, we haven't get on it yet after they started back up again. But I think understanding that why you're putting this program under the Department of Transportation, I wanted to know that I know there's funding part of it. Under the transit program, I have a question: is that Department of Transportation, or we going to be getting more like have more grants available for this program? I know that. There's not a safety part of it. That's what I'm kind of as a passenger to that. That especially where Department of Transportation oversees roads too and bridges, and the safety part of the corridors for these highway. So if we're going to be putting under this the transit program under the Navajo Department of Transportation, are there going to be more grants available for the safety part of it, for maybe pedestrians or maybe passengers, where the bus stop is going to be? And that's my question for grants available for how is it going to be improving that part of it, because I know that a lot of times that usually they have normal stops, and they usually stop there, and we need more especially at night, winter, they're coming back, especially in Dalcon, that, and in winter times will be dark, really about 7:30 we get off the bus here. So is there somewhere we have to park? I mean, we have where the bus stop, there's just the middle of the road, they stop, and then people gets off, and there's no lights, or there's nothing there, or even the where a ramp or driveway where they can drive off of the road and then park there and let their passengers get off. Is there going to be improvement on it if we go with this under NDOT? That's my question, Chair, Vice Chair.
Committee members, any other questions regarding this legislation? I don't hear any. Back to Satsui, you have the floor. Questions that was posed by Honorable.
Thank you very much.
Begay.
Yeah, Shania, Honorable Delegate Begay. So what you're asking is directly what the intention of the legislation is, and that is how do we improve our intermodal or multimodal transportation planning and that service delivery. So by definition, the transfer from one division to another is not going to equal increased grant amounts to the Navajo Nation, but it's supposed to foster collaboration between our planning department that's within NDOT and what would be their new brethren over in the transit department, so that they can plan for multimodal or intermodal transportation, protecting pedestrians and then our transit passengers. So I think that that's a really important point that you've just raised. You know, how can we increase the safety of our roads for transit passengers? And there is a lot of funding out there. I know the nation hasn't always been able to obtain favorable results in going after either competitive grants or just other funding awards to the FTA for Indian tribes. In some cases, we have been very successful, but if these programs are housed within one entity, then we can complete, I think, a more comprehensive planning process. So, for example, when we need to rebuild N15 in your district, we're planning it out so that there are bus pullouts, there's protection for pedestrians, things of that nature. And integrating those routes, combining the safety data that's within the Highway Safety Department with some of the transit data, I think will strengthen just the overall grant application process when we apply to FTA, the Federal Transit Administration, and when we apply to other programs within USDOT to support transportation development on Navajo. So, the short answer is, by definition, no, it doesn't equal more funding for any program right off the bat. But if the programs work together, we'll have stronger applications for the discretionary fund, the competitive, the discretionary competitive grants, and then I think just a smarter transportation planning system in the future. So I hope that answers your question.
Hagoshi Satsui, thank you for that response back. Committee members, back to the committee members. Do you have any questions?
Vice Chair, this is Delegate Begay again. Follow-up question.
Hagoshi Satsui, you have the floor. Honorable Begay, you have the floor.
Okay, I'll salute Delegate Slater. Thank you for the response. The reason why I think you almost touched the base on my thoughts is about regarding the planning. I know that as we plan along the Navajo Nation, the thought is that we need to plan more about how long we can keep this transit, or we're going to make some improvements on it regarding planning. What's the future for us? We're going to have more transits available due to the safety part of it, and then also through conservative for energy, and then also with people, workers with the Navajo Nation. So I think overall, that we need more planning. If it depends on if we can keep transit as a program for a long time. What was so my thought is that NDOT has a lot of expertise regarding transportations and any kind of mobilization that they're part of it. What's the future for that? Or we can keep this there, or something that goes along with all these transportation. So that's the reason why I was asking that question. So, but the next part of it is that is there going to be more planning ahead? Do you know? Do you think that is it going to be, since you were with the NDOT before? So is there department that is there that is available to start working with transit programs regarding to improve the whole transit program? And then also because the drivers there, we need to start thinking about the drivers. We get them early in the morning, drive over there, and after that, what do they do? And then they have to come back on, and they start driving over here again. And what's all that? Is there going to be some part of planning on it that we need to think about the drivers too? They do a lot driving through there. When we get on the bus, we rely on them. So that's my question. Sure.
Negotiation down. Committee members, any questions for Vice Chair Slater? Someone needs to mute their phone. I can hear shuffling in the background. Please mute your phone. Back to you, Honorable Chair, Vice Chair Slater. You have the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And thank you again to Delegate Begay for the question. So, or I guess maybe a two-part question. So the first part, I think, talks about planning and how this would be situated within NDOT. Within Navajo DOT, there is the Transportation Planning Department, and they're responsible for coordinating with the agencies and the chapter level to bridge the desires, the wants, the needs of our local communities with the funding that is available from the various funding sources that come to the nation or that we produce indigenously. And as a part of that process, I think there is going to be increased communication. If you have one division director that is overseeing, for example, the long range transportation plan, the LRTP, and they can direct transit to provide data, you don't have to go between different division directors, all of that. Now, in say increasing or leveling up the Navajo Transit Department, I believe it was stated in a previous committee meeting. I'm trying to think, it was at both HES and at Resource and Development, or it was at the HES committee. We had some of the similar concerns about drivers and the oversight of the program. So one issue that the program has expressed that that they confront is pay for drivers, and it's not competitive with pay for transit drivers elsewhere, and they have issues, I think, recruiting and retaining people. Second was management of the program. So the manager or the director of the program, that position was in litigation or something. There was a dispute. Now that's been resolved, and they're working to advertise for that position. They've strengthened the job vacancy announcement so that we can recruit the best possible people for this position. And a part of that is having transportation experience, not just transit experience. And I think that that's going to strengthen the program. But housing it within NDOT should integrate it more fully into those long range goals and objectives. And then also with, for example, within your district, I think there's a lot of transit users, and if they articulate their needs to their chapter leadership, I think it's incumbent upon the leadership to convene with you and NDOT to achieve those objectives. If it's bus pullouts, if it's safety, maybe you have constituents who are transit drivers, and they would desire higher pay in order to retain them within the program. Those are some of the things that I foresee. And thank you for the question. I hope that answered it.
Hakushi, thank you, Satsui, Vice Chair Slater. Committee members, Naidi Kishalo.
Vice Chair Smith, this is Delegate Crotty with a question.
Hakushi, Honorable Crotty, I'll recognize you. Go ahead, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair Slater, for the legislation. In reviewing the document, and it does appear that the program would have more technical support in the Department of Transportation. What I'm looking at is in terms of the capacity. So is there, how much, or will there be additional administrative costs for Department of Transportation to absorb the program? And historically, NDOT has had a challenge expending its dollars. And so this federal grant for transit has in the past had audit issues and findings. So I think those are my two primary concerns, because you're moving it from one division to the other. So does the division director have the capacity? And then does general services feel like we'll see better mobilization of our facilities and maintenance in other areas with general services if this is moved under the Division of Transportation? Thank you, Vice Chair Slater. And I believe those are more questions if your agents are on the line, or if we could provide additional conversation as this legislation moves forward. Thank you.
Hakushi, Honorable Crotty, we'll go ahead and turn the floor back over to Budget and Finance Committee members for any further questions. I don't hear any, so I'll turn the floor back over to you, Vice Chair Slater. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Smith. Thank you, Shema Delegate Crotty, for the, I guess, two-part questions. One, in the opinion of General Services, are we going to see better program delivery? And then two, I think, what are the plans from Navajo DOT for integrating the program and improving performance? So I'm fully confident that this is going to increase program delivery, and I would say make sure we're spending all the dollars we need to. But you asked for the agents to provide that information. So with your permission, Vice Chair, I'd ask that you'd recognize Navajo DOT first, and then the Division of General Services second to respond to those questions.
Hakushi, I'll go ahead and recognize Navajo Department of Transportation, and General Services will be next after NDOT. NDOT, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Honorable Delegate Mr. Smith. This is Garrett Silversmith.
Hakushi, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you. And good afternoon, Honorable Delegates. And thank you for that question and comment, Honorable Delegate Crotty, and also the sponsor here as well, Honorable Delegate Slater. So on behalf of the division, just understanding Honorable Delegate Crotty's question, the question was, would there be more administrative costs associated with combining the transit program, moving over from General Services to Navajo Division of Transportation? Yes, there would be administrative costs, a slight increase. However, we should note that the entire program, its funding arrangement, its funding scenarios, where it's situated right now that would accompany the move. So along with that move, as far as administering and managing the program, that would continue as is. And anytime we make such a move of such significance like this one here, we have some improvements that we want to immediately implement, just to further implement what has already been successfully established where it is right now. And anytime we make such a move, we have some ideas and some recommendations already on ways to improve it. And we have some suggestions and improvements from our colleagues at the chapter level and so forth. However, it has been successful. We don't want to deviate from the successfulness as it's currently undergoing under Mr. Platero's. It's just going to be a switch from one division to another. And as Honorable Delegate Slater has previously voiced, is that now the uniqueness about this is that the program is comparable to a U.S. Department of Transportation, where you have the Federal Transit Administration all under one umbrella, if you would say. You have the FTA, Federal Highway Administration. You have the FAA, Federal Aviation Administration. You have the Federal Railway or Railroad Administration. And that would be comparable to the Navajo Nation. We would have, of course, our capacity as highways, bridges, airports, and now the transit system. So we're somewhat being mirrored and making ourselves comparable to the successfulness of the U.S. DOT. And yes, and then the following question that was attached to Honorable Delegate Crotty was, we do have the capacity here. The program would remain in part enlarged where it is right now in Fort Defiance, and that would remain as such. And we do have the capacity, although there are some vacancies here within our program here, within our division, due to the recent retirees and so forth. But as far as the management and the administering of the program, I have full confidence in our staff that we can continue the success of this program. So thank you for that question and comments, Honorable Delegate Crotty. That's for my response, Honorable Delegate Smith.
Now moving on to General Services. Mr. Botero, you have the floor.
Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee, my response would be a lot of the issues that are at transit, including the time that the audit was performed, was really an issue of having a transit manager. The last time there was a permanent transit manager was January 2015. I joined General Services in February of 2021. So that's almost 6 years of position of leadership not being available to the program. And as alluded to earlier, the issue was that there was a pending grievance. The Navajo Nation really needs to come up with a plan where programs don't come to a halt when there's agreements going on. So it's a systemic issue as opposed to a performance issue. The performance issue stems from the lack of a permanent individual in that position. I believe many of us have worked for the tribe, and whenever you put somebody in an acting capacity, there's always this stigma attached to it. You're not permanent. And so that contributed to a lot of it. When I got to General Services, 5 of the 9 manager positions were vacant. We are now down to 2 positions that are vacant, DIT and Transit. The other positions have all been filled, and we have been coordinating with Director Silversmith on the selection of the transit manager, and we will continue working together to resolve those issues. As far as the audit findings, there's really nothing significant there. A lot of it just has to do with documentation of procedures. Very similar to the audit that was performed on Office of Legislative Services. It's just basically documenting the procedures that are there. A lot of Navajo Nation tribal programs do things, but they really don't put pen to paper. And that was one of the things that we had to learn at Legislative Services because of our performance audit. It made us understand that we had to document our processes. When you look at other governments, the county, the state, federal, you can always see that there are procedures for everything. And that's all this needs. Also from General Services, one of the things that we're working on is we are reclassifying a position to put a planner on staff. Navajo DOT has the technical expertise to provide the planning unit. They've been there. I work there, and they have a great team that will work on it, and I'm sure they will incorporate the transit into the comprehensive transportation plan. Mr. Vice Chair.
Hagushi, Mr. Patero, thank you for that. Back to committee members. Any other further questions on this legislation?
Vice Chair Smith, this is Delegate Crotty.
Honorable Crowdy, you have the floor. I'll recognize you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Chair. So my final comment would be to Vice Chair Slater is the Oversight Committee can address the grievance process. That would be helpful in solving some of these systemic issues. And also continuing to advocate for our disabled communities, since it is federal funding to apply the Disabilities Act. Every one of our relatives, no matter their limitations or their uniqueness or special gifts that's been provided by the Holy One, should have accessibility to all of our equipment, our public transportation. What does that look like at the bus stops, and making sure that they're safe and also well lit, so that the safety of our relatives are always in place. So thank you for the legislation, and I look forward to supporting any type of legislation to help with the grievance process. Thank you, Pro Tem committee members.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Crotty. Committee members, any other further questions?
This is Delegate Yellowhair. I had a question.
Hagushi, Honorable Yellowhair, I'll let you have the floor.
Since Mr. Tom Patero looks like he's going to give up his some responsibility, and the transit will be transferred, what will be the strength or what witness in the transfer of Navajo Transit to NDOT? When will the transfer occur? And is a change of plan of operation for the two division occur? What I been out to Pro Tem Vice Chairman. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Back to Vice Chair Slater and your agents. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Smith and Shania, Delegate Yellowhair. I'll hand that to Mr. Platero. Thank you.
Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee, Delegate Yellowhair, transportation I thought the planning unit, transit I thought DOT long range transportation plan I couldn't get I thought I see in the planner could division days list past at the wheelne. The new I see Banahat Agido, I see the on a chaya, I just listen to Mr. Hojoba came the nota. Mr. Vice Chair.
Hagushi, Mr. Patero, thank you for that. Committee members, any other further questions for this legislation sponsored by Vice Chair Slater?
Follow up, Vice Chairman Shitsu. It's Delegate Yellowhair.
Hagushi, Honorable Yellowhair, I'll let you have the floor.
Mr. Patero, thank you for the answering my thoughts and the that's it. Pro Temp Vice Chairman Shitsu. Thank you.
Hagushi, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Committee members, we ready to vote on this legislation?
Yes.
Shanetta, could you do the roll call vote around the horn?
Sure, Vice Chairman. Roll call for legislation number 0201-21. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Raymond, I'm sorry, Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty, how do you vote?
Got it. This is Delegate Amber Kenneth about green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
To Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Jamie Hino, how do you vote?
Hino votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Jamie Hino votes green. Vice Chairman, we have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, and Vice Chair not voting. Vice Chair?
Well, thank you, Shanella, for that roll call vote. We have 5-0-1. Legislation passed with no amendments. Legislation 0201-21. Okay, last for sponsoring this legislation. I'll turn the floor back over to Chair Henyo. I heard him vote. Chair Henyo, you have the gavel. Chair Vice Chair Smith, for helping me out. I've been in a bad signal area during this time, and because hopefully I'm in a good area. But we did skip one resolution, legislation. Okay, Helga Odoso, are you back on the line with us?
Yes, Chairman, I'm on the line.
Let's move forward with, I believe it's 197. Peggy, if you would read that legislation sponsored by Delga Odoso into the record.
Chair Henio, I did read into the record, but I'll go ahead and read it again. Let's see. 197, did you say? All right. This is a proposed standing committee resolution assigned to Resources and Development Committee, thence Budget and Finance Committee, thence Nabikia Committee. 24th Navajo Nation Council, third year 2021, introduced by Otoso Council Delegate, tracking number 0197-21, an action relating to Resources and Development, Budget and Finance, and Nabikia Committees, approving and authorizing a contract between the Navajo Nation and the United States Department of the Interior under 25 USC 5301 at SEEK PL 93638 as amended for a 3-year term beginning January 1, 2022 and ending December 31, 2024 for the Safety of Dams Program, approving and authorizing the fiscal year annual funding agreement and scope of work for the period of the contract term. This has been electronically read into the record, and all the references to exhibits are there. The exhibits are there, and then the Internet public review comment had none. Resources and Development Committee has a view passed with no amendment. Chair.
Thank you, Alan, for that reading. Is there a motion, committee members?
Delegate Yellowhair motion.
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair motion. There's a second.
Second, Delegate Crotty.
Delegate Amber second. So we do have a motion and a second for this resolution. Delegate Odoso, if you would introduce your legislation to the Budget and Finance Committee.
Thank you very much, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, members and the Chairman and Vice Chair of the Budget and Finance Committee. Earlier, I was on the call and I was in a bad area for signal, and I couldn't meet the time when Chairman Henio called for my name, so I apologize for that. One thing, this legislation is a Public Law 638 contract and annual funding agreement for 3 years, and as for Navajo Safety and Navajo Nation Safety and Dam Program. And this funding agreement is going to begin on January 1st, 2022, and it will go into December 31st, 2024. This program, I'm not too sure if my agents are on the line. I think they may have got off since I wasn't on the there for roll call or when chairman called me. But this is a valuable program that provides the operation of the dams across the Navajo Nation and the safety aspects, such as the dam that was redone or rehabilitated at Red Lake. That there's other dams across the Navajo Nation that they monitor. So these are federal dollars that are under annual funding agreement under the 93-638 public law 93-638. Alcohol peso adit Washington did adin the handle higi even ya 80 peso even ya koto even ya bela that ikli that so koto ya nasi yes. As Budget and Finance Committee, you are the oversight committee that oversees funding any financial matters to the Navajo Nation. The 638 project, the 638 Public Law 638 contract has been in place for many years, and this is just to make sure that the Navajo Nation does acknowledge to receive and their monies so that the program could continue to operate. The program now employs Navajo people that actually provide those services and O&M for our dams across the Navajo Nation. The safety aspects get there are there go I see that's the most important thing, because they have projects across the Navajo Nation, and they are getting to these dams one by one. So I'm just wondering if anybody from Operation of Dam Navajo Nation Safety and Dam program is on the line, Mr. Chair, and I would like to allocate some time to them so that they can present their portion. Thank you. Chairman Henio.
Vice Chair Odo. So I did hear Paul Long Jr. On the call earlier. I don't know if he's still on the call. Mr. Paul Long Jr.
Yes. This is Paul Long Jr. Yeah, surely.
There you go.
Thank you for hearing us out today. Just like Odo said, we're with Safety Dams. We have 14 dams that we operate and maintain. And this is a contract renewal for the next 3 years. We're on to our last dams that we rehabilitated. So this year, we're doing a dam out in Tuba City, Charlie Day Spring Dam. And after that will be Twaja Lake. So all the other dams, we rehab, and we're continuing to monitor and do visual inspections, and also, attend meetings, safety meetings. And we also take care of the early warning systems for the dams and emergency management. So that's what our program does. We employ maybe 10 to 12 people. And the rest, the Honorable Council Delegate So said. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So yeah, we're up for contract renewal, 3 years, and that's about it. Unless you guys have any questions.
Chairman?
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Chairman?
Okay, back to you. Back to you, Odetoso. Okay.
Yes, and you just, committee members, you have heard the vital portion that what this program provides and the numbers of dams that they oversee and the rehabilitation and the safety aspects in Haiki that is in. Bottom line is, they do employ Navajo citizens that are employed there to do these to actually do this service. And again, it's an annual funding agreement from the federal government through a public law 93-638 contract. Right now, I'm just giving you just the basic right now, and just would like to appreciate your affirmative vote to move with legislation forward to Navajo Committee. Yeah.
Vice Chair Odetoso. With that, Budget and Finance Committee, are there any questions, comments regarding legislation 197-21?
This is Delegate Brown with some questions.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown, you have the floor.
Chair, Budget and Finance Committee members, Shananta, Craig, Delegate, so for this legislation, representing the 3 chapters that I do and in Western Agency, Kayenta, we do have the Kayenta Diversion Dam for farming. And how do we get on? Do you have a priority listing and funding for these dams on the Navajo Nation? The Kayenta Diversion Dam broke about 10 years ago, and when it broke, it flooded the Kayenta Primary School. At the time, of course, I was not counsel in this position, but I soon found out that there's emergency funding, but there's a 30-day period to apply if homes and especially schools are in the floodplain zone. So since then, we've been working with United States Army Corps of Engineers. We've been working with Navajo Nation Water Resource. And right now, Army Corps has done their 100-year floodplain study between Kayenta Diversion Dam and the Denahuto Diversion Dam, which dams up the Laguna Creek from Sayet Canyon. So, and this is largely used on our people farming. And right now, since then, we can't dam the water and use that for the irrigation. So, how does a community get on that list, the priority? And again, it seems like our community is left out of some of these, like for instance this, and then I know fire department were left out, but that's beside the point. So if you can work with us, is there a criteria that we have to meet? So please let me know, and is there funding for us to, and I can forward, I don't know if you have a copy of our floodplain study and the plans on rebuilding the Kayenta Diversion Dam, and then also the dirt and silt problem that we, the accumulation of it, and the Denahuto Diversion Dam too. So how can we work together? What are the procedures? So I'm interested in collaborating with the Navajo Nation Dam organization of the program. Yeah, thank you.
I guess you get enough of your questions and comments. Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Are there any further questions, comments
Delegate Yellow Hair.
Delegate Jimmy Yellow Hair. You have the floor.
Oh, yet has honorable also for sponsored this legislation. As Honda Igoba Bandit. Ocean Kitalano, the Diquegi. Dita so has Aniki, Blue Canyon Dam. Apadatos, dot Adida. Lebit and Lady Dam Liaki Ade. To add ligget Nina. So this dam is at the bottom of the dam. Over 10 years. Elachit, last 8 of Nita is a dam unless these are is under repair. Blue Canyon Dam gonna be so that's not so Bakai. Ashina do kidas Stella Oro. Aro Shad, thank you for your legislation. We need it. Thank you.
Chair Henry, Vice Chair Smith, put me in the queue. Shake your last, Delegate Jimmy Yellow Hair. One more, and then I'll defer back to the sponsor, Vice Chair Smith. Thank you, Chair Henio, and committee members of Budget and Finance. Otto Shanetta for introducing this legislation for the safety of dams. I too had the same question as Che. Blue Canyon. At one point in time, it was filled capacity, and there was a beautiful little lake back there. And as you go back there, then there's nothing. All you see is just a wall. And I was wondering when that was going to be repaired so that we could have that dam hold water, because we're always talking about having water rights and quantity of us using water. That would be good justification. Now it's just a canyon with a little creek running through there. I recall back in the day when they first dedicated that, and it filled up the capacity, and something happened, and from there on it never hold water again. So that's one thing that was wanting to ask. The other one too is there used to be a big dam down in White Ruins. The community members there keep speaking about that. It once had a earth dam, and it held a lot of water. Without Gision, now it's nothing in there. Since we have a lot of rain, since we have a lot of water that's flowing down, that'd be great to build that earth dam back up and have water for our wildlife and livestock and folks that need water for irrigation. Amen, yeah. And I'm sure that's the same thought across Navajo Nation. Safety of dams. I'm looking at the amendment, not the amendment, but the scope of work, and you have 1 through 14, and I don't see any. It just has the major dams that are on the Navajo Nation. There is a lot of roads out there that have been washed out too. Is there any thought of them being dammed up? For instance, 9402, it's right to a mesa. When it rains, it pours down, and the ravines and arroyos, and it washes the road out, and the road becomes impassable. And I think that should be also a study done. Are they going to be doing any studies for dams that could be utilized to capture water and to have water at the local areas? Because we're always talking about road improvement. And when you talk about road improvement, the first thing they say is because when you do road improvements, they always have to have water. And if we could dam up some of these places to have water, it's just as valuable as having gravel. The other one too is this is under Division Natural Resources. Are they going to be
working with Army Corps of Engineers to do watershed studies so that we can dam up the watersheds and justify that these are the areas that we can utilize these water. Those are my questions, Chair Henio. Thank you.
Chairman.
For the questions,
Chairman.
if there are any further questions, follow-up question, I'll get Jimmy O'Hare.
Thank you very much, Chairman Stille. There's a port job at the Red Valley here in Navajo, New Mexico. There was restart done at Big Dam, but the job was not look good. There's no steep in the wall in this dam. It just kind of almost level with that replaced and re-repaired. The job is just partly done. I'm pretty sure that you know what I'm talking about. In Red Valley and right next to Navajo, New Mexico. Then has caught then. Oh, damn is the which I keep a claims on it. Zira area. Arot and Arot says, I can't be that. Then this is a port job of some company that was hired back about 12 years or 10 years ago. Questions to the spouse and Honorable Wilson Stewart, just what I'm talking about, a quaggy support job. When so that a thought she tells up the agency I thought. Chairman Stiller, thank you.
Back to Sunanda. Vice Chair Odoso, I respond to the question.
Yeah, thank you very much. I don't thank you, thank you, members of Budget and Finance Committee, and your questions are directed directly to the program, and that's relating to dam projects in your local vicinity areas that you have concerns over. Be mindful that Navajo Nation Safety and Dam Program oversees the 14 dams that they recognize that under this contract. And with that, I would recommend is that maybe we have the program Navajo Safety and Dam have a discussion with Navajo Committee so that everyone could have their projects with their area to be spoken to. Today we're speaking to the contract renewal, and sort of want to stay on task about the contract renewal. And so it is, but a lot of the questions you guys have is going to be geared to the program, and that will be if you guys want to hear updates on each of the dams, what you guys spoke to, I can allow the sponsor to go ahead and speak to that. But just be mindful that this legislation is geared to the 638 contract funding, annual funding renewal. And a lot of it, I think we as council should be able to pull them in, because each and every one of us, we have dams within our area or dikes that are within our area that needs to be addressed. And some of those areas, those dikes, may not be something that Navajo Nation Safety Dams Program oversees. So, for instance, like Ganado Lake Dam, that's a dam. Like, for instance, like there in Wheatfields, that's a dam that they oversee. So there's some of these dams that you guys may be talking about may be overseen by Water Resources. So I think a further discussion to Navajo Committee to the 14 dams that they oversee, I think that's something that should be presented, so that that's the responsibility to provide the O&M and the engineering and the lookout for the safety aspect under the 638 contract that was listed under the 14 that the Mr. Paul Long referred to. And what I would like to do, Chairman, is give some time to Paul Long to speak to the to the number to the 14 numbers of dams that is recognized under this public law 630 contract, so that we're not talking about maybe like an earthen dam that water resources that is supposed to be overseen. So I would like to have my agent Paul Long speak to those 14 areas, and then also I guess the collaboration to Honorable Brown's request about the diversion dam in Windara or in Kayenta. You know, the process to start the communication with the Navajo Nation Safety Dams Project, and I believe there's probably a process to follow there, and then the others are just geared to O&M stuff that are to the like water leakage under a dam, and a dam don't have any water in there when they're going to refill and things like that. And then the washout, I think that's something that has to spark the conversation between Navajo Safety Dams and INDOT to see if some of these roads that are getting washed out could be honored under the 630 contract. And I understand what Mr. Smith is speaking to, because the road and that road gets it's terrible when it rains. And I always thought that if they put a berm or a dike on the north side of the south side of the road, that will hold some of those waters. But like I said, Navajo Nation Safety Dam Program only sees under what the contract says, and I believe that's the contract that is listed of the 14 recognized dam that they oversee and provide O&M and maintenance, or the operation maintenance too. So at this time, and give some time to Mr. Paul Long, Chairman.
Christina Biga. Mr. Paul Long Jr., you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. Yes, our program is in charge of the 14 dams that in our inventory, and we got those dams by the Bureau of Indian Affairs. They hired us to operate.
Chair Henio, we can't hear the speaker.
Mr. Paul Long Jr., are you still there?
I think his call dropped.
Yes, I believe so. With that, back to Chase. Sergeant Odoso, your agent.
Oh, thank you. So as Paul Long referred to the 14 dams, I don't have the list with me, but what I'm getting to is that at one point the Bureau of Indian Affairs was overseeing those 14 dams, providing the O&M, and as the Navajo Nation decided to go into the 638 contract to take it over, BIA agreed to that, and that's the reason why we have a 638 and an annual funding agreement between the United States government and the Navajo Nation, so the Navajo Nation can provide the O&M for those 14 dams. Like I said, I don't have the actual listing of the name of dams that they are overseeing, but they are listed through the Bureau of Indian Affairs. But a lot of what has been spoken to is probably pretty much to we have to really sort through it. Like if it's an earthen dam that is there, whose responsibility is it? Is it water resources? And you guys all understand that if the 638 annual funding agreement only comes in as for the 14 recognized dam that is under this funding agreement, those it's only geared to that funding agreement there. But the Bureau of Indian Affairs will be able to, or actually turn those dams, the O&M, over to the nation. That's the reason why we are doing that. So I always say that when the nation goes into a 638 contract, we're telling the federal government we can run whatever program, we can run that program better than you. So just like public safety, it's a 638 contract. And we only get certain funding agreements for funds from it, and we approve it. And basically, we're telling the federal government we can run it better than you. But these 638 contracts are like that. And at one point, I even thought, saying, why don't we just give those 638 contracts back to the federal government so that the burden doesn't fall back on the Navajo Nation. But a lot of the internal office, the question pertaining to how do we do this and how do we do that with the office, I think that's a question that we should be able to maybe ask the committee to see if we could get the Navajo Nation Dams and Safety Program to provide a report to the committee so that the committee will get the proper documents that from the program of which they oversee. That way, we're not talking about other areas that is not under the 638 funding agreement. So it is without Ohanet, he said, none adole.
That response. Back to you, Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions or comments?
Well, Chair Henio, Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Henio. Committee members and those who are listening on, thank you, Shandana, for bringing this legislation on safety of dams. I see a budget here, and the budget is basically $622,400. Is that all we're asking for under the 638 contract? There's hardly any funds for the maintenance and operation of dams. It's only $59,000, and more of that goes to the temporary and permanent employees. Is there a way that this could be reviewed before this contract goes into effect? I know you said that 638 is like Navajo Nation can do better. I agree with what you just said about that. Sometimes we want to think about maybe just giving it back to the federal government, because the 638 contract, the way I understand it, is self-determination. That one day we will be taking over the whole program and funding it ourselves, rather than asking for the federal government to provide funding for this. So this contract here, I see 622, that's for an annual cost, and the contract is going for 3 years, Gita. So it seems that, if I'm right, is this recurring? And every year we'll be getting about that same amount again. I know that the contract name is Paul Long Jr. under the Water Resources. Ashwat is just ahone dad yal yechid anacha without being nishladodia. That's my question on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair Smith, for that question. Any further questions, comments, committee members, Budget and Finance Committee? If not, I'll defer back to sponsor delegate, Chair, Vice Chair, Odo So.
Okay. Oh, thank you very much. And I believe that that this 638 contract that you guys have, I hope you guys have the legislation. And I finally opened up my my computer or my cellular phone to download the information. And yes, that is the annual funding agreement, 695,000 and some odd cents. Washington didn't he? And that dollars, and I believe those funds are based off of what is discussed and what has been the normal funding amount that came through that came through the nation through the budget formulation of the federal government. And yes, you know, a lot of it is just funding the personnel portion because of you need engineers on there. You need the technical aspect, the technical team to provide that technical decision so that, you know, the safety and concern is actually thought about in the 14 projects that they oversee is Asayit Dam down at Crystal, New Mexico. Blue Canyon Dam is on there in Fort Defiance, Arizona. Captain Tom Dam in Newcomb, New Mexico. Charlie Day Spring Dam in Tuba City, Arizona. Cutter Dam in Bloomfield, New Mexico. Ganado Dam in Ganado, Arizona. Mini Farms Dam in Mini Farms, Arizona. Red Lake Dam in Navajo, New Mexico. Round Rock Dam in Round Rock, Arizona. Totachini Dam in Crystal, New Mexico. Tohajale Dam in Tohajale, New Mexico. Sahili Dam in Sahili, Arizona. Wheatfields Dam in Wheatfields, Arizona. And Winter Rock Dam in Winter Rock, Arizona. Those are the 14 dams that are listed under this annual funding agreement to provide. And if you go back to the contract, it talks to the scope of work. And now pertaining to what the contract is going to provide, and it's going to be providing to the assuring that the O&M and the safety portion is actually met, because whether a dam is under stress, you need engineers, you need the technical team to be there, because you have lives that are living downstream to be to make sure that those lives are protected. So this funding agreement provides the technical aspect of funding of these dams to provide the O&M to the program, and then whatever is left is usually geared towards the O&M projects to these dams. The other thing too, Honorable Brown, Diversion Dam is not listed as part of the on the 638 contract to be part of the O&M. And you know, I'm sure that we need to have another discussion, and this is the reason why on the one I ran a 638 contract, and I went through Budget and Finance Committee about 2 weeks ago, and I did indicate, you know, who is making these signing these things on behalf of Navajo Nation. And if you see the 638 contract, the Navajo Nation president already signed it. From the executive branch, saying that, you know, we're going to agree to this contract, this annual funding allocation. The Navajo Nation Council should have been part of the discussion at some point in the Oversight Committee, and since this deals with funding, Budget and Finance Committee should have been at the table, because all of you guys are right, because these things, O&M, cost money. and what dams can we take off? What dams can we add? You know, can we add a certain dam to this? And I do agree with Honorable Brown that the diversion dam in Kayenta should be on this list, but it's not listed on there. And on this, all of these listings are pretty much from what the Bureau of Indian Affairs used to provide O&M to, and that's what the Navajo Nation has taken on. So, so hope that answered Mr. Smith's question. Yeah.
Yeah, love for your response. Back to the Budget Finance Committee. I don't know if we still have staff at the office waiting on us to conclude, but are there any further questions or comments?
Chairman Henyo, this is Delegate Crotty.
Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman So, for the legislation. Shiaj, if you were on the call earlier, we did get advice from Department of Justice. The recommendation is not to amend any of these legislations. I did request additional information on the current litigation regarding 638. So at this time, I'm voting red on the legislations, not because I don't support the funding, and I believe that the council and the oversight should have more time to really go over the budgets and the needs, but because we can't make amendments, and I don't think that's an appropriate process. And I appreciate that you raised a similar concern that the Navajo Nation president signed this, and it's not exactly clear if this contract is in the best interest of the Navajo Nation. So I just wanted to state that for the record in case, since that discussion happened earlier this morning, and I believe and hope by the time it gets to Nabahiatian, we have a clearer vision on how we're going to address 638 since they are multi-year contracts. And when we have our budget process, these programs fundings are not really, they're on the budget forms, but they don't provide how they're providing service. And now hearing from my colleagues that there's room or there's a need for additional services. So as we look at the unmet needs of programs for our general services, we also should be considering what is the shortfall for our federal funded programs, and how do we do that through tribal consultation? How do we do that through TBIC prioritization? And most importantly, as a council, how do we look at our UUFB funds so that we can provide these direct services to our people? And if the federal government is not providing that allocation, then that's my assumption is when we go into litigation. So I just wanted to state that for the record. Thank you, Chairman Henyo and committee members and sponsor Chair Otto So for the legislation.
Thank you for those comments and the recommendation. With this, committee members, any further questions, comments? Then I'll call for the question to accept the resolution 197-21. If there are no further questions or comments. Then I'll call the that. Ramona, if you would lead us on the roll call vote to accept this legislation.
Yes, Chairman Henyo. Roll call vote for the legislation. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty, how do you vote?
Shadow Delegate Amber Kenneth Crotty, I'll vote red. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Chairman, we have three members vote. Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 1 opposing, chairman not voting. Chairman?
Thank you for that roll call vote. Would you have a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting? 4 in favor, 1 opposed, chair not voting. With that, we have the due pass, and we'll move forward to another committee. With this committee, the Budget and Finance Committee, I believe that takes care of all of our legislations that we have on our agenda. And with this, we're moving forward to the other action items
Chair
on our
Henio,
agenda.
Chair Henio, this is Peggy.
Peggy?
Thank you. Speaker Damon is on the call for his legislation.
Oh.
It's been on for a while.
Okay, I forgot. I'm still looking at the legislation. This is legislation. What number is it?
190.
190. Okay. So legislation 190. Do you have Speaker
Chairman?
Damon?
Chairman?
Are you on the line?
Yeah, Chairman Henio, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Chairman Henio, are you all going to have a meeting next Tuesday?
I believe we are, because on our agenda we have rescheduling October 19th,
Okay.
2021, and
If
we more and more likely might move it to next Tuesday.
If you have your meeting next Tuesday, I can wait, Chairman.
Okay, Shane, with that, Speaker Damon, would you appreciate that? And we will consider that when we get to that action item then.
Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, I love it. So with that, moving forward to next item on our agenda, action item, requesting attendance to leadership meeting with RDC, reference to the drought insurance meeting with CKP. Is there a motion?
Yellow motion.
Motion by Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair motion, second by Delegate Elmer P. McKay. As the Budget and Finance Committee, we've been through this for 3 times now. And this the new revised schedule is October 6th, October 7th and 8th. October 7th and 8th, which is the next couple of days. Therefore, agenda hasn't changed, and I believe there still will be a call-in for those that wish to call in to the meeting. And so with that, any comments or questions on this request for attendance to travel to Scottsdale and attend the meeting?
Chair Henio, this is Peggy.
Peggy, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. The CKP staff have emailed us advisors and asked us how many committee members plan to attend this meeting in person, and then how many will be attending virtually. And that's so that they can plan to provide breakfast burritos and or lunch. So we need to know by head count how many are going, and then what's their preference for lunch. Mexican or Italian was the choices.
With that, we'll do a head count as far as we're voting, and if they wish to attend in person or virtually, please make that notation to the Budget and Finance Committee, and so we can prepare as far as our attendance to the meeting. And so with this, I'll call for the question on this motion in a second, and then with your indication of green or red, indicate whether you'll be attending in person or virtually. With that, Ramona, if you lead us on a roll call vote.
Yes, Chairman, roll call vote. So the Motion party was Elmer P. Begay and Jimmy Yellowhair. Chairman, I'm sorry.
No, reverse. Motion by Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, second by Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. Sorry about that. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Agree.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith votes green. And per Chairman Hino, are you attending in person or virtual?
Green.
Okay. Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green. Also, my attendance will be green too for Scottsdale meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair voted green and his attendance is green as well. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott Carty, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott Carty. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Okay. Also, Honorable Nathaniel Brown, you vote green.
Ramona, I believe what we'll do is we'll have each of the committee member contact you or Peggy to determine whether this will be in person or virtual, and then that way you can take the head count after the vote's taken.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you, Chairman. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green. I'll be attending in person too.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Elmer P. Begay. Votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott Carty, how do you vote?
Shada, this is Delegate Amber Kenneth-Bott Carty. I'll be calling in, and I'll vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott Carty votes green, and she'll be calling in. Chairman Hino, we have 5 members voting in the affirmative and 0 opposing. Chairman not voting. Chairman?
Okay, thank you for that roll call vote, Ramona. So with this, we do have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, Chair not voting. This motion and second receives a due pass. And so with that, would you just prepare the ORT? It's for those that will be traveling down. With that, next item on the agenda is rescheduling October 19th, 2021 regular committee meeting, Budget and Finance Committee meeting to maybe would be a special meeting. And usually that week is a fall session. So earlier there was a mention that maybe if we're going to have it, usually we would have it the following, the Tuesday before. But what we'll do a motion and second, is there a motion to put this on for discussion?
Motion, Delegate Carty.
Motion by Shenandoah, Delegate Amber Kenneth-Bott Carty, is there a second?
Delegate Yellowhair. Second.
Shenandoah, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. With that, we do have a motion and second. The Shenandoah floor is open for possible dates to reschedule the October 19th committee meeting. And just for reference, next week, Tuesday is October 12th. Are there any recommendations?
Chairman Hino, I could make the recommendation if Tuesday the 12th at 10 o'clock for the meeting to be rescheduled, if that's okay with delegates. I have a few things scheduled, but I can prioritize the committee. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, thank you for the recommendation. Shenandoah, Vice Chair Smith, October 12th, 10 o'clock a.m. Does that work for you?
Yes, sir.
Christina. Shenandoah, Delegate Jimmy, you here? October 12th, 10 o'clock a.m.
Biga. I support it.
Christian, other student delegate Nathaniel Brown, October 12th, 10 o'clock a.m. Student delegate Elmer P. Begay, October 12th, 10 o'clock a.m.
Biga.
Christian, with that, student delegate Amber Kenneth, if you would modify your motion to October 12th, 2021 at 10 o'clock a.m. Is that good to modify your motion?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I'll modify my motion. And if I could make a recommendation, if we could receive a report on the ARPA FRP funding to prepare for that Friday leadership meeting. Thank you, Chairman Henry.
Thank you for that recommendation. And Peggy, if you would provide that as part of our report. Ms. Shinada, Delegate Jimmy Gill here as the second.
Biga, thank you.
Christian, with that understanding, let's go to a roll call vote. Ramona, if you would lead us in that roll call vote.
Sure, Chairman Henry, roll call vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty, how do you vote?
Student Delegate Amber Kenneth-Crotty, I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Gay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green though.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Gay votes green. Chairman, we have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing. Chairman not voting. Chairman?
Christian, thank you for that roll call vote. Received a due pass, 5 in favor. 0 opposed, chair not voting. With this, we have completed our agenda items and action items. So with that, move to close the session adjournment.
Yellowhair motion, Chair.
Motion by Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. Is there a second? Vice Chair Smith. Motion second by Vice Chair Smith. There's a motion and a second to adjourn. Any parting comments, Shinanta?
Peggy has a question.
Who's this?
Peggy.
Oh, Peggy. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Peggy.
Chair Henio and members of the Budget and Finance Committee, I am aware that there's a report that's requested for the October 12th meeting. Who will provide that report? Who do you want a report from on ARPA and FRF funding?
Okay, Peggy, possibly the controller, and I believe the controller could reach out to the executive branch and also legislative branch to see who would be part of that report to provide to Budget Finance Committee.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. I wasn't aware. I haven't attended those meetings that you've had on ARPA.
Christina, with that, any further
Chairman Henio?
This
is Delegate Crotty.
You have the floor.
Thank you. For that report, we'll need to have Navajo Nation Department of Justice. To my understanding, everything goes through that process. So we did have our training, and I appreciate that training, but we'll need to know how things are moving along. Thank you, Chair, committee members.
Kayla, for that additional clarification. Peggy, did you get that?
Yes, I did. So it's a status report from the Navajo DOJ. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. With that, if there's no further questions or comments, Ramona, if you'd lead us in the roll call vote.
Sure, Chairman, roll
Sure,
call
go,
vote
yeah.
for adjournment. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth Carty, how do you vote?
Senate Delegate Amber Kenneth Carty, I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kenneth Carty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Gay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Gay votes green. Chairman, we have 5 members voting in the affirmative and 0 opposing. Chairman not voting. Chairman?
Okay, alarm. It is 5:55 p.m. and we are hereby adjourned. Thank you, Shinanta Budget and Finance Committee, for a good discussion and taking care of all the agenda items. Okay, alarm. Have a good evening. Also, when will the committee report stay ready?
Jerry Hinio, let's plan on tomorrow. Probably, let's say maybe by 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock. Pretty much, I just need to finish up the last few that we did. I've done a few of them, but most of them I need to just double check. So maybe one tomorrow. And there's
Because I plan on being in Winter Rock by about 11 o'clock or so. That's why.
Okay, don't leave until we give them to you. Then also Vice Chair Smith needs to sign one too as well. Appreciate you asking that question.
All right, have a good evening. Have a good supper. Dinner is probably ready. So, take care, Kayla.
Thank you, everyone, for your attendance and your participation in the Budget and Finance Committee meeting. And we look forward to meeting with you next Tuesday at 10 o'clock.